Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Children of Primus, the Frenzy Freestyle Sundays. And this week we are going to be talking about the different Facebook groups as we're waiting for the other members to sign in. Because, as life happens, everyone, running a little bit late. So we make sure we still start on time for all those that are watching, and for those watching, leave a comment, and we can discuss anything while we are waiting. So call myself Jazz within the stream, also DJ Spinister, and within the topic, between all the different Facebook groups that exist, one thing that I've noticed is different politics within them, different mindsets, attitudes, and especially the different rules that exist as well. Which I'm going to get a list of all the different groups so we can also shout them out as we discuss all of them. But I will say the majority of the groups that I am in are all G1 based. And some of them are a bit looser on the G1 rules than, say, others, where a few of them, it's strictly G1, only G1, and that's the only thing you can post, talk about. So no references to G2, no references to any of the movies in the last few years. And some of them, no references to any of the toys that have come out in the last few years, of the newer G1 figures, or I would say newer Transformers figures, but are styled within the G1 style, which does leave that loose interpretation, which I have questioned in some groups, in a sense that if a third party Hasbro or any of the newer toys have come out in the last, say 5-10 years, and they're styled to look exactly like G1, then why are they not allowed to be included within G1? Hey, what's up, Calvin? How are you doing this fine Sunday evening? Or actually, where are you located? Is it evening or is it like afternoon for you? And as I'm waiting for the rest of the crew to show up, so I can send some more links out to everyone. But Calvin, if you were listening from the beginning, what are your thoughts in terms of the newer G1? Sorry, your thoughts on the newer Transformers figures that are styled to look exactly like the G1 characters of the cartoons, but within some Facebook groups, they won't allow it because they strictly want the discussion to stay on the G1 toys that came out from say 84 to about mid 88, and not include any of the third parties, the newer Hasbros that look exactly like the G1 toys the G1 cartoon or comics that we grew up with. And within that, there are some groups as well where they only want to discuss any of the newer figures. So they mostly discuss any of the figures from the Michael Bay movies, and they're not so concerned on the figures from the 80s or the 90s, which is understandable because within the 40-year span of Transformers, every decade you're going to have a different generation of fans. So say any fans that came in the last 10 years, any fans that came in the last 10 years, they're not going to be exactly, connected to any of the toys that came out in 84. 84, 85, like 95, like they won't have that connection. Whereas any of the figures that came out in 2005, they'll fully be connected to. Okay, so Calvin said 706 where he is located, and I think Hasbro needs to give third-party contracts to see who makes the best and acute, accurate G1 figures. And Hasbro keeps making the same mold over and over again. In a sense, they're going with the cost analysis of the situation where, in a sense, whatever molds they've created or bought from Takara years ago, and and anything they've created in the last few years, they would rather just reuse those molds instead of investing to create new molds. Say it's similar to like silkscreen t-shirt printing. Printing one shirt, you're still paying for the cost to design the template, to set up everything just to print that one shirt. But then if you're printing like 100, 1,000 shirts, you're just using that same template over and over again. But creating the one template is your most costly part of the equation. Good evening, Wedro. As Wedro says, whatever floats your boat is my motto. G1. I like G1 style, but I enjoy the comics, video games, figures from across the spectrum. And I agree with that. Out of the multiple storylines that have existed over the years, there's some stories that I've taken on to, and some that I haven't, or a few that I haven't had the time to really jump in and really get into. And over the years, like fan created concepts, different companies, writers, so it's if you're just coming into it, there's a lot of stories that that you can pick up on that really gets you a connection within the Transformers universe. Okay, Calvin has said Origins Bumblebee costs $22.99, which in terms is $9.99. Are you speaking it? Now, are you saying it really? It should only be worth $9.99. Compared to what compared to what in a sense, compared to what we think it should be valued at, or what Hasbro thinks it valued at, which again, like any company would any company would kind of roll the same way, in a sense. We see something valued $9.99, but they have to make their money back, and between like all the shipping, manufacturing, and everything else, that's why it ends up being $22.99. And plus, you're paying for the name of it as well, because they figure, well, the name's been around for almost 40 years. You have to pay into it. Now, whether quality gets into that aspect of the equation, that's a whole different story. And which I would say that is true. Over the last many years, Hasbro has gotten people reinterested in Transformers. It's just the one complaint I've seen in many aspects is the availability, whereas many cities, many stores, they're not able to get a lot of the figures. Like one store will have like say 100 of the figures on their shelf, another store absolutely nothing. which creates multiple issues of of people either buying them and selling them for unreasonable prices, or just no one able to get the figures at all. But thank you, Retro, for passing through, and come back around, because we will be here until 10 o'clock. Now, Kevin, as you were saying, that figure is small, and there are a lot of them at your Target store. I guess the question is, of all the releases you've seen over the years, have you been of all the releases you've seen over the years, has the availability been there for whatever figure you're looking for, or does that issue affect you as well? Whereas you would see in the different groups, one person will go in their Walmart or Target, and see like 200 figures on the shelf, but you go in yours and there's nothing there. And I guess that would tie in with the topic of the different Facebook groups, and different Transformers groups, Facebook groups that exist. That, in a sense, there is a certain value to the members, where if one member sees like a bunch of characters in their store, knowing that others won't see it, they'll politely buy those characters and sell them, and ship them to those who can't get them, and usually for, say, like an extra few dollars, maybe an extra $5, and then has to cover shipping. Those are the polite members. But then the other ones are like, well, if it's on my shelf for like $30, knowing that you guys can't get it, I'll resell it for like $60, $70, $80. And you have no choice but to buy it for that price, because you can't get it, which is unfortunate. So Rodimus Prime is a prime example of the Target app sold out. Scalpers got them and selling at a high price. Slag is the same way. Scalpers market here in Minneapolis. The funny thing too is, I think around last year when some of the Earthrise figures were coming out, another thing I pointed out to a lot of people is Walmart itself also borderline runs on a scalping system, where they also work on affiliate system. The Walmart online, like in store, if you walk in the store and you see it on the shelf, you're buying it directly from Walmart. The Walmart online operates in a sense where a lot of their suppliers, they just act as the middleman. So the small supplier could sell the item for 20, Walmart's selling it for like 28. So then you're thinking, well, but the scalper is selling it for 28, but it's more legit because Walmart's selling it for 28. And I'm like, well, Walmart's kind of taking their cut too. So it doesn't make it doesn't make Walmart or the scalper any different. Where in a sense, if you're going to the source is selling it to you for a lesser price, and you're getting it directly from whoever that source is. But I mean, a lot of these smaller companies need that bigger distribution, so that's why they rely on Walmart. Which, I mean, I've also seen a few issues when it comes to like sellers jumping on eBay and also selling for ridiculous prices. I think earlier today I saw a Unicron for about $20,000, and the shipping was $1,600. And I made a joke about it in one of the groups, and it's like, well, let's set aside the fact that someone's selling Unicron for $20,000. Why is the shipping $1,600? Like, a a 50-pound box that size, the most shipping for it is maybe like 100 or 200, depending where, within, say, Canada or the US that you're sending it, but not 1,600. But I mean, again, is someone actually buying it for 1,600? Just saying, well, I have 1,600. Let me go ahead and buy it just for the sake of, or is anyone reporting them and saying, this person is selling it for an overpriced cost? Like this isn't allowed. But I mean, eBay's changed their rules so many times that anyone can kind of do anything and get away with it. One thing I do recall in some of the groups is some people actually be brave and scalp within the group, and they'll like as you said, with them getting with Rodimus Prime and then Slag being sold out, they'll be that person that would have found Rodimus and Slag, gotten a handful of them, and then go in the same Facebook groups and basically try to scalp them to the other members, thinking that no one's going to complain and this is perfectly fine. I'm not sure why anyone would think that's okay. And then try to come back in the group after thinking, well, nothing, like it's okay. But it's funny seeing that. And I mean, that was the one essence behind creating our website, the childrenofprimus.com, where it's basically a Kijiji style website, where buyers and sellers can sell their Transformers related items, and you can meet with the person or communicate with them and sell to each other at a fair value, and avoid scalping each other and just trying to rip each other off. You can, if you're in the same city as the person, you can meet up with them, look the figure over, and it's also a place that smaller sellers, they, if they're not able to go to conventions, like say in the last year and a half, they can sell through the website. So the option is there for them. So, Calvin, as you said, toy groups are just as bad. Facebook Market is bad. Some dude today was selling Transformers Beast Wars figures for ridiculous prices, and the parts were missing from them. Now, the funny thing is, I personally haven't bought or sold anything from the Facebook Market. Like I've mostly bought and sold stuff off Kijiji. Years ago, like there was a Craigslist that I buy random things, buy and sell random things, and it was never Transformers. I was mostly let's say like a car stereo I'm no longer using, but I've upgraded, put it online, and and you get the responses and replies of how much does it come with everything, and and you arrange a time to meet with the person. Same with some computer parts. Like if I just need a random part for an older computer, and look it up, and then I get to meet the person, and it's, I already know what the price is before meeting them, so I know they're not trying to to sell me something overpriced. I can look it over and and give them the cash, and we're cool. So that's the concept of the children of Primus.com. To avoid the issues people have with Facebook groups, with Facebook Market, with eBay, and then just a few of the vendors that exist that that I've seen people have issues with numerous times. Another issue that I've seen mentioned, I mean, multiple times, and this goes for many things, is buying transformers online from, say, other websites, and the boxes, come destroyed, bent, left all over the place, and sometimes we blame the courier driver, um, but today, actually, I think it was yesterday, um, I saw one post where they were blaming the seller, and I had to reply, and I'm like, well, it's possibly not the seller, because the problem is there's many hands that are between the seller to the person buying the figure. Um, so I mean, after you've looked it up, paid for it, the seller has the order, then the seller has to ship it. So now it's at their post office. That post office sends it through whatever courier to their airline system. Then that's shipped over to the other country through that airline system's shipping port and everything. Then to the courier system, to their to their warehouse. Then loaded into the truck, and then to the driver. Somewhere along the line, anything could be damaged. Um, so then to put it back on the seller, it's kind of unfortunate. Yes, I've been hearing that about that as well. In many of the groups, um, and it's funny because with some of the newer services over the years, um, it really depends on the drivers. Like, say, like our postal service, Canada Post. Um, Most of the delivery people, they will stay on a route for like 5, 10 years. Um, I'm not sure if I've seen some for 10 years, but I know many of them, once they get that job in the postal service, like they're in there for many years. But they'll have a route where eventually they're familiar with the people who they're dropping the packages off to. They learn everyone's last names. They kind of know everyone's schedule. Um, so within that, it's like, say Calvin, you ordered something, and whoever the postal person is, they kind of come between, say, 9, 10 a.m. every morning. Um, they kind of know either to look out for you, or where to politely place that package. Um, and I mean, you've got that face-to-face recognition, so they know, like, they're not going to just toss the package because you've seen them at some point in time, or you may have signed for a package. Um, I mean, same with some of the couriers. Like, some of them, they have dedicated routes for a few years, so they too also get familiar with the people in the area, the businesses that they're dropping packages to or picking up from. So they kind of want to keep that good name. Unfortunately, the people packing the trucks, we never see them. And I mean, I've had a temporary job once where I worked in one of the courier places, and basically how they pack the truck, it's just playing the speed round of Tetris. Just pack the truck perfectly as fast as you can. If you're tossing stuff in, you know that's basically it. If it gets damaged, oh well, that's someone will take the blame, but not the person whoever loaded the truck. And Amazon and Proud 2-pack. Uh, Amazon just put a sticker on the package. Ramjet and Dirge put 2-pack, same way, slap the sticker on it. Um, I started seeing a lot of that in the different groups that I had to question that as well. Um, I don't know, is that a fault of the manufacturer just sending the package to the shipping service, or where would the fault come in? Um, Basically, if I'm a store and I sold you Ironhide and Prowl, or Ramjet and Dirge, I'm putting those characters in a separate box, making sure everything's packed in that box. So, say if the box falls, it's cushioned, like nothing's happening to it. But if I just give the courier like just the direct box, then I almost expect them to put the sticker on the box, because like they have to put the sticker on there somewhere, and it's not their job to pack the item for you. So I mean, it is weird that a lot of people were getting these packages of like, you want to not only get the figure, but you want to like, a nice copy of that box, but not a box that has a sticker all over it, and it ruined the entire experience. Which I mean, in a sense, I would say, like say the Unicron, for instance, because that is such a large box in itself. Um, I don't see anyone packing that box into another box, so you would almost expect to see the shipping label, stuck on the box itself. Um, but for it to be, but for whoever sold the item to just directly put the item into shipping, and not pack it in some sort of protective layer. Um, at that point, I would blame the seller, whoever provided it to Amazon or the postal service, for them to just place a sticker on it. Grimlock and Mirage 2-pack is coming, and I hope they double package. I hope they double package this time Amazon exclusives. And Jurassic Cross Transformers, I hope they step their game up this time. That's funny, our main information, crew member who is in here today, he would have more information in terms of the Amazon exclusives and the Jurassic Cross Transformers. I mean, I can only imagine the Jurassic Cross Transformers, a cross between the Dinobots and, let's say, any other odd characters that, that had dinosaur transformations. But I mean, the only ones I could think of on hand were just the Dinobots. It would be interesting to see what the cross marketing is for that. I mean, Grimlock and Mirage is a bit of an odd mix to be sold together. Like in a sense, I can understand. Let's see, going back up to what you mentioned. I could understand like Ironhide and Prowl being a combination, say even like Ironhide and Ratchet, or say like Ironhide and Hound, or even Mirage and Hound. But Grimlock and Mirage are kind of an odd couple to be sold together in a sense. But I mean, again, it's all marketing, and they know why they would sell both of these together. No, Calvin, I must ask, I guess, what other exclusives have you bought over the years? I mean, myself, I'm more of the G1 guy within the crew. So a lot of my figures are from 84 up to like 87, 88. And I mean, back then, the only exclusives they had were the Omnibots that you had to mail away from, mail away for. And those are the only exclusives I recall then. Um, but I know now there's been, over the years, all sorts of exclusives, and to the point where it's funny that eventually everyone will have access to them, because again, either someone buys a handful of them and they sell them off on eBay or the Facebook market, um, or eventually another store will also sell it, um, even though initially it was classified as an exclusive only for one store. um, but I mean, I've seen manufacturers do that as well, where they'll tell everyone, well, here's this exclusive item and we're only selling it for this one time, and and you must buy it now because we'll never make any more again, and then it won't be available again anywhere else. And then 6 months later they basically sell the same thing and just slightly retool it. I mean, well, you kind of lose your trust in the company after they just said you're never going to get this again, and it's exclusive. But now you've basically just found a way to, like, grab people's money, every 6 months, telling them, well, this is exclusive and you'll never find it again. Well, I think Professor D will be joining me shortly. Um, Calvin, while you're on, as a quick question, um, which Facebook group are you in? Um, I'm just waiting for a few of the members to show up, and then I can jump in and get my notes. I think currently I'm in about, I think, at least 16 or 17 different groups, that I share our content to, between our bot reviews that we put out on Mondays and Fridays, and then all the different reviews and news that we have that come in daily every day. Um, so I share that all between the different groups, and even within the groups, it depends what I'm sharing. Say if one of the bot reviews is more movie based, of one of the newer movies, there are some groups I know I can't share that to, because I've seen some arguments break out in some of these groups. It's like, well, this character came out in like 2008. We only talk about characters from '84, or vice versa. So I mean, it does have to be careful with that. Um, all right, so you collect the Power of Primes, Combiner Worms, Transformers Prime and G1, Beast Wars Neo, Transformers Animated, Siege or Rise, Kingdom series, a little of the Bayverse, and a Transformers Collectors group. Okay, so I guess the question is, within the Transformers Collectors group, now what is the mindset? Is it basically, we're comfortable speaking in terms of any Transformers of any timeline, or are there certain ones where some members are like, well, we really don't want to, we don't seek on these ones, or we don't want any association with these certain timeline characters. And I guess a whole other question is, in terms of collectors, which I've seen that also been a debate. Whereas, say, for myself, being a collector, initially, because I got all my toys like almost 40 years ago, I didn't look at them as a collection. Whereas, like, say, anyone who goes in buying G1 now, the question is, are they just buying it for the sake of buying it? Are they buying it for to hopefully resell later on, or are they buying it to to relive that youth of characters they weren't able to get when they were younger. Because I mean, some of us were fortunate to have a large collection, but I mean, it was still costly where we couldn't get like the entire G1. 'Cause, I mean, many of us it was either between part-time jobs, birthdays, Christmas, allowances. So, and there's only so much that we could have gotten back then. And I mean, it's just it's fortunate when they had the reissues. I think around 2001 or 2002, um, around those times. Then we were slowly picking up the characters that we didn't get when we were children. Um, but I mean, some people I've seen their comments, they would say, "Well, I'm just getting it just because." So then it kind of creates a disconnect in the conversation. I'm like, well, why? What is the just because? Like, there has to be a reason that you're getting these characters. All right, so you like Beast Wars a lot, and then Dinobot should have been a commander class, and these are actual collectors on the site. Okay, that's cool. Well, funny enough, I didn't get into Beast Wars as much when I was younger, and only because by the time Beast Wars came out, which I think is about like early '90s, by then it's like I've already graduated school, working full time, just doing different things in life, and didn't have time to really sit down and watch cartoons, or TV. And that fact, like I really didn't have time for TV. Um, I mean, I was able to watch some of the first season of Beast Wars here and there, um, and I did like Dinobot as a character, and I appreciated what they did for him in Earthrise. Sorry, in Kingdom recently. Um, I mean, basically, it's in a sense, it was retelling his storyline within one or two episodes. Um, but they really did it well in terms of showing his conflict between being the Predacon and the Maximal. Um, so I mean, out of all the Beast Wars characters, like I mean, I think Dinobot has been the fan favorite of many. Um, and I mean that is cool. Yeah, collecting for nostalgic purposes. Um, and in a sense, that's almost what you would say the essence of most true collectors are. Records would go in would fall into that as well. Um, collecting records, Transformers, or anything from years ago, where you relive that part of your life, and it gives you a connection to to a previous time in your life that maybe things were like any whatever was happening in that time, um, and because of that, the value is different than say a monetary value. Because someone collect a certain figure and like, well, 20, 30 years from now, I'll sell it for this price, or hopefully it will be that price. But really, it's like you're getting the figure because there's a feeling behind it. That feeling of say getting Omega Supreme for Christmas in 1985. Um, that's a feeling that say a lot of newer collectors, newer fans, they wouldn't understand that feeling. Whereas like for us back then, we're starting out with we're the first generation of Transformers, so getting Omega Supreme is like that was a huge thing. And I mean, I could see now where, in some senses as well, someone was like, okay, well, now they're getting Omega, but then which version of Omega is it? It's it's different. It's different in a sense. It was like back then there was one Omega Supreme, and that was it. Um, and getting that Omega Supreme or Jetfire, um, or a Devastator or Defense or gift set box, like that was just a dream. Um, but I mean, now that there's so many different variations, um, that and children aren't really into toys as we were, because it's a different generation, different era. Um, getting them an Omega Supreme, uh, for Christmas, they'll appreciate it, but not as much as say we would have back in '85. So, just waiting for the members to jump in. Um, I want to run down of all the different groups that are out there. Give them a shout out, and and then also my thoughts on them as well. Um, yeah, Transmetal 2 Red Megatron. What was a goal of finding him? Now, funny enough is I didn't get a chance to watch any of the Transmetals um, back then. So after with the whole lockdowns and everything that was happening globally over the last year and a half, it gave me a chance to sit down and just rewatch the entire G1 series, which I'm actually still halfway through season 3 right now. And it's funny rewatching it now, compared to not having watched it in like decades. Well, there's a lot of things that you pick up on that you missed out back then, or realized they probably had an idea of going certain directions with storylines, and just they were never able to play it out. Um, Now, in terms of the Transmetals, that was the one part that, because I didn't watch, I think season 2 or season 3 of Beast Wars, that I didn't understand the what happened that created the transmetal concept. Um, so so I don't. Um, it's like at the time, it's like I've seen the different characters between Optimus Primal, Rat Trap. Actually, I think between those two, where you would see the differences in, actually, yeah, Megatron as well. You see the differences in what they were originally, in terms of their alt mode, their animal alt mode, and then with their transmetal modes, where they looked like metal, which in a sense was like shiny plastic. Um, and I think Rat Trap had wheels. Optimus Primal had the shiny orange colors to him. For Megatron, actually, I believe it was almost like wings, um, almost like wings that like on thrust, um, from what I recall. But but not knowing the storyline in terms of the transition from the regular Beast Wars to the Transmetal. Um, no, I guess the question is, have you seen have you seen them anywhere in terms of like eBay or like other sellers, or was there just not an availability of that character to for it to be able to buy him, um, or is it also anyone who has them, like they're either not selling or it's overpriced, and just not worth buying it. I want to say anyone else who has any other comments about about the groups, leave a comment and let us know what you think. Well, I'm going to, yeah, I will look up the Red Dragon Megatron on the eBay and see what prices he's listed for. Um, because I mean, I could imagine if he's not as available, if he's not easily as available, I could see why, the price would be going up. Tiger Hawk is a prime example on eBay, over 200 and more. Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. I remember years ago when we first started looking for a few characters on eBay, and one that I looked up was all the Predacons, and Predaking. Um, and I think the average price I seen him for was between $500 to $800, and I don't think I seen like the entire set and less than that anywhere. Um, and I mean, really, the Predacons were a really good, well built set of G1 Transformers. But I mean, 900 is a bit much. Now, I don't know if he's still going for that price now, because this was maybe about 20 years ago when I looked him up. Now, I guess the question is for Tiger Hawk and Rampage. Um, is it just it's hard to find these characters where only a certain amount of them were created years ago, and are we speaking of like the actual original um, Beast Wars characters from the 90s that are going for these prices? Um, which I mean is interesting now that Beast Wars has kind of had a popularity again. Um, they're uh, the one series of Transformers that they haven't had a reissue until recently. So like only the G1s have been reissued like countless amount of times and remolded and all sorts of different variations, and but like Beast Wars they were just left alone. Okay, so the original characters. Um, Now I know Anthony was usually with us every week, but he wasn't able to join us. Um, he is from the Beast Wars era of Transformers, so in a sense, that's his Beast Wars is his G1. Um, so that's when he came into it and evolved into the universe, in the Transformers universe from there. Um, but I mean, I could understand some of these characters if they're in well kept boxes and hard to find, um, and for the fact that Beast Wars has been quiet for 20 something years. I can see why the price is kind of expensive for them. Um, Plus, I could also see the flip side of that too, where now because there is the focus on Beast Wars, um, anyone who's going to now look for those original characters, it's going to be hard to find them. Okay, so Generations Rhinox is crazy right now versus Kingdom Rhinox. They were scalp this dude to the max. Now, what are the differences between the Generation Rhinox and Kingdom Rhinox? Or even say the original Rhinox in terms of the toy characteristics, how they're designed, transformation, which I mean, funny enough, kind of branching off from the Beast Wars. One of the third-party Minosaurs. Um, when I was watching a video of that, and the transformation to Minosaur, I nicknamed it like 600 steps to transform him. Whereas like the G1 Minosaur, had the Scramble City concept, and were simple. Not to say, not overly complicated and not extremely simple, but you kind of understand the concept of how to transform each character, how to combine them into Minosaur. But then these newer ones, just the Motor Master combination part, there's multiple steps, um, just to combine Minosaur. And the one person reviewing it, I mean, in essence, it looked like it would have taken him about like over an hour, but at the same time, he was also doing a YouTube live, so he's chatting with everyone while he's working on it. But it easily looked at least 30 or more minutes just to combine Minosaur. Like that's how intricate the the combination and the transformation is. Um, okay, so Generations Rhinox is better than Kingdom Rhinox. So I will have to look up and see the differences between them. Um, well, funny enough, from what I remember of Rhinox in in the Beast Wars years ago was I remember him being the Hound version of like that was their version of Hound, and and him having the heavy artillery and just being the brute force, almost like the Ironhide for the crew. Um, it was interesting seeing Rhinox in Kingdom, where he was more of the scientist. Um, so that was one aspect I didn't pick up on in the earlier Beast Wars days. Um, that he wasn't just all brawn; he was also brains of the crew. Um, whereas like Rat Trap and Bumblebee, um, between Rat Trap and let me see, and a tiger character, I forgot his name. Um, and Bumblebee is like they all had their similarities. And I mean, and it's funny they showed Hound and Rhinox, butting into each other in the episode. Um, and I mean both Optimus and then Primal, like they both had similar roles, but it's just I didn't pick up on that for Rhinox in the earlier years, where he's more, he wasn't just the the battle guy. And I mean that is true. Um, it's like I'm trying to recall Bulkhead because I mean there's a few variations of Transformers that I didn't watch. So for myself, like there's the G1, there's Prime, um, and there was the recent Netflix series. There was also the Prime Wars trilogies, the Combiner Wars. Um, but I know Bulkhead is from one of the other variations that I haven't gotten into as yet. Um, and I know out of the few other variations, there is one that people have suggested watching. So that is on my list. And but I mean, there are some variations. Okay, so Bulkhead was in Prime. Yeah, so I do remember. I do somewhat remember that now. Like, I really want to go back and watch the entire Prime, including the mini series that came out after. 'Cause, I mean, Prime was really well done in terms of keeping it somewhat G1, but updating the characters with kind of like the Michael Bay, movie feel to it, but actually adding intelligent storylines to it and just keeping an ongoing concept. Um, which, funny enough, the G1 cartoons never had an ongoing concept. A lot of times it was just an episode to episode storyline. Whereas at least with Prime, you've got episode to episode, but then you've also got you also have the ongoing storyline that's happening in the background. Yes, so I did Tubi has all of the episodes, and that's where I watched all of the G1 series of. And funny enough, I think it was that was on Netflix. Watching all of Star Trek Next Generation. Like I just since there was a lot of time to actually sit down and rewatch shows, I had a chance to rewatch it. But yes, I have seen that that Tubi has all of the Transformers. So before before they decide to take them down or anything happens to them, like I'm gonna try to to go and watch all of them. I will say the Ultra Magnus and Wheeljack in Prime, like I was really impressed with. Because the one thing is within the G1, the Ultra Magnus he was impressive in the movie. In the cartoon, not as much. Although he did have a few good episodes where he was rivaling Cyclonus. But then in Rebirth, he just it's almost like they've stripped him of all leadership type of material that made Magnus who he was. But then in Prime, like Magnus came in as like I'm this character, you don't mess with me, but I'll still follow the rules. But if I even have to take down my own leader, I'll do that within the rules. And same as Wheeljack. So they gave him back that leadership role that was missing. Yeah, I do agree with that. Same as Smokescreen. Like, Smokescreen had a lot of screen time and presence within Prime. I'd say a lot of the characters they did them really well in terms of giving them that extra that was overlooked in G1. Smokescreen did have his own episode basically in G1. So we did get an understanding of who he was. But a lot of characters were overlooked back then that I think really got their focus within the Prime series. And I could see that similarity between Smokescreen and Rodimus. Because Smokescreen had that hot rod personality of like I'm just jumping into battle and whatever happens. And Rodimus had that as well, but then Rodimus had those moments of caution where he can't jump in his hot rod. Since he's now the leader, everyone looks up to him. But there's certain times like the hot rod came out in Rodimus. The one that episode where it stands out is I don't recall if it was called Ultimate Weapon, but Galvatron kept mentioning he had this ultimate weapon throughout the entire episode, and Rodimus stood up to him and is like, "Well, you keep mentioning it. Why not just use it?" And eventually, Rodimus called Galvatron's bluff. So I think from what I recall, because I only watched the Prime series once, I remember at certain points, like I felt like Smokescreen would have taken a leadership role within the Autobots. Just because between the different weapons that they were able to find and utilize. Um, which I mean, the weapons were really impressive, but between the hammer, um, and I think there was one or two others that I don't recall that I have to rewatch the series for. Um, but it was just really impressive how how they had the storylines laid out, the characters laid out. Um, but I really enjoyed Smokescreen's character. And I mean, from what I remember of Prime, I mean, the majority of characters were similar to G1. Yes, the artifacts that was them. What they were called. Um, so I do recall, and the majority of the characters were similar to their G1 characters, except for Predaking, I believe. It was within the Beast Hunters. I don't recall if that was Predaking or what the name of that character was, which was slightly different. Um, but I mean, just as dangerous. And then it's funny when people speak on the Prime series, they almost forget of the Beast Hunters, the Beast Hunters mini series, which was a part of the series as well. Um, almost in a sense, that was their version of the movie, as the Transformers movie was to the G1 cartoons. Um, another character I did enjoy was Ratchet. Um, they made him really, they gave him a really sarcastic character, um, which the G1 Ratchet had, but he didn't. They didn't play into it as much. Um, whereas this one, the dynamic between Ratchet and Starscream um, was was almost its own side, comedy storyline of Starscream always, asking Ratchet for help and and asking for a medical kit, I believe, and and then I'll help you guys out in some way or form. Um, so it was funny, and I mean, they played they kind of played it more of Starscream than they did with G1 in terms of expanding his his ability to kind of bounce between both sides while still staying loyal to the Decepticons, but then still helping out the Autobots the odd time, but then not wanting to be an Autobot. Um, I mean, really, just more so as for his own personal gain. Um, and it's funny with the artifacts. I know in previous episodes, speaking in terms of things that have always been hidden on Earth, that they would call out in the cartoons and the comics, and then in the movies. And the only problem in the recent movies is they didn't explain the stories well enough, um, in terms of like why a majority of like lost artifacts or items from Cybertron constantly ended up on Earth. Like they didn't land on any other planet, but a missing robot, he's hiding on Earth. And then missing weapons hiding on Earth, and missing Pearl is hidden on Earth. So it's like Earth just ends up being the dumping ground for anything that's lost from Cybertron. Um, and it's just funny how they play that in the storyline. But the newer movies never quite explained that. Um, I mean, the closest is they had the crash on the moon. Um, and again, it's like they could have ran that storyline and expanded it, but then by the end of the movie, it's a disconnect to the next movie. Oh, excuse me. Now, it would have been cool if they did a movie on the 13 Primes. Um, Personally, my take on it is it would be nice if you know the whole Transformers concept were in the hands of whoever writes the MCU movies. Because I mean, they've been able to not only write the characters as the characters are supposed to be. Um, they've had the ability to intermingle the characters within the storylines, within timelines, um, make it make sense. Um, expand on characters while introducing other characters within the timelines, and still keep everything all connected within the overall timeline. Um, which the Transformers writing just has never been able to do that. Um, and I mean, really, in essence, that was always one of Marvel's things from the comic books, which, I mean, Transformers and the original comics was under Marvel. So that's why they were able to, tell a storyline, branch off to the Headmasters, Target Masters, tell that storyline, merge back into the main storyline, and still have everything still make sense. The movies, I agree. Unicron on Earth, just it didn't make sense to me as well either. Um, it didn't make sense to me because in order to expand that storyline, you've say if Unicron transforms, then you've kind of destroyed Earth. You've destroyed part of your storyline. So that the concept didn't make sense, and and I mean, looking at it in the Marvel sense, if it were in the hands of like MCU writers, they would say, well, Unicron can't be Earth. Unicron's a planet on his own. Why are we drastically changing a story that never happened? And I mean, I could go on for for a few hours in terms of just in terms of how they changed up things, created characters that didn't exist, um, change up concepts that didn't make sense, and then wonder why they kind of why the fans just kept complaining movie after movie in terms of this isn't making sense, this isn't what we asked for, and I mean at times there's with again going back to the Facebook groups. Some people will say, well, we, us G1 fans, we're complaining and we want things to be exactly G1. And I mean, that's not what we're asking for. They created an Iron Man movie and made it about Iron Man and Tony Stark. It worked. Then they did it again, part two, brought in Captain America, brought in Thor, Hulk, and created them as, Captain America, Thor, and Hulk. And it worked. And you just keep adding to the storyline and and expanding on it and keeping it as it's supposed to be. We got Unicron as Earth. That never happened. We're getting transforming ice cream trucks. That never happened. All these other characters. That never happened. And then these storylines that didn't exist. And then you mix that together. It's like, well, you're mixing a mess with a mess. Now it's just a bigger mess, and it doesn't work. I mean, and in one sense, it would have been cool to, it would have been cool. No, excuse me for a second. Yeah, no, it would have been cool where it's like Unicron would have been the end game of the whole Transformers concept, so it was similar to Thanos, where we have a movie about the history of Megatron, a movie on Optimus, a movie with just Warpath, Cosmos, Beachcomber, Power Glide, and and I'm missing one. I'm missing one. Sea Spray, a movie just on them, a movie on just Starscream and the Combaticons, and where the Combaticons originally, where their personalities originally came from. Within all these separate movies, then you bring in the 13 Primes. Then you slowly speak about Unicron. Um, so I mean, the ability is there. It's just unfortunately the Transformers universe just hasn't set, it hasn't been put in the right hands of writers who are actually fans, as opposed to just, here's a bunch of writers, we've gotten a big budget, let's pay them, create something we think that the fans want, as opposed to, well, no, these writers actually grew up with the concept, they know the concept, and they know what the fans want because they're also fans, and it would just it would make a great connection. Yeah, thank you, Bill, and thank you for joining us. Yeah, so I mean, I think they're coming out with like the whole Beast Wars version of the movie, and again, it's like I'm kind of scared of what direction they're taking it, because if they haven't told all the original concepts properly, how are we already jumping into Beast Wars? Like, it's just they just keep going and going, hoping that at some point, it will correct itself, or something will happen, or one will just be lucky enough to become a hit, which I know in the Star Wars franchise that's never happened. Like, diehard Star Wars fans I know of, like, don't talk about Star Wars. Like, they'll be hyped about the movie coming out, and a day or two after it comes out, they don't talk about it anymore because I think Star Wars fans hate Star Wars, which it's weird and unfortunate, and it's kind of the same thing here. It's the writers, and Hasbro doesn't read comics. Well, it's funny. There's a certain irony to that, because originally, Transformers, before they had their name, were from Takara. Hasbro bought the Takara line, and Marvel being a part of that earlier. Within the earlier combination with it, within Hasbro and everything, Marvel created like a variation of one of the Marvel Studios created the storyline of Transformers. Because I mean, funny enough, as children 40 years ago, we didn't know that really the whole point of the toys in the comics were to sell the toys. We just saw it as like, oh, cool, here's these toys. Here's these cool, cartoons, characters, and comics that we can now connect and associate ourselves to these toys, and basically give the toys personality. That was Marvel's job, was to give these toys personalities that made us buy more toys. So it worked then, because 40 years later we're still talking about it, maybe because it worked. Somewhere along the line, they forgot that concept did work, and it's like they didn't revisit that concept. And many times I think, well, Hasbro has had fans for 40 years, but they're not giving back to what kept these fans for 40 years. So if they went back and said, well, we had this, we had the entire cartoon line that created the fan base. We had the comics that created the fan base. Let's go back and revisit, everything that created that fan base, which is what MCU did. They said, well, if we're coming out with all these movies, let's go back and revisit what made people fans of these movies. Let's revisit the comic books. Let's revisit anything that kept that kept the people fans for decades. And I mean, say looking at reviews of say like the recent shows like Loki, um, when you look at all the Easter eggs, there's all these little hints that they've pulled out from the older comic books, which shows Wonder fans to their keeping it thing is exactly aligned as it should be. There's no Easter eggs in any Transformers movies. Like there's no connection of anything from 84 to 88. Other than the characters and their names are basically Optimus. Like out of all the movies, I'd say Optimus is basically the only one that's really consistent. Because I mean, Bumblebee's nowhere near our original Bumblebee. The same as Megatron. So, and really, out of all the characters, it's just Optimus. But I mean, you would think, at some point in time, it's like, well, Hasbro's investing in making newer toys. Let's invest in getting writers that know the storyline, know the history of everything, and and understand that it's not just selling to like any of the newer fans who are say in their teens or in their 20s. You're selling to the fans who are also in their 40s, almost 50s. Because I mean, it's a toy that's been around for 40 years, like almost 40 years. So, there's a reason the toy's still been around for 40 years. And I mean, going with some arguments where the newer movies, have resurfaced that interest in the toys, and in my personal take, I've always thought, well, the interest was never gone. Because I mean, after after like the 90s, and it's like you're not able to buy the characters as much anymore. Once eBay came around, we're searching eBay, searching for characters we couldn't buy as children. Then you go in the thrift store, and you might run into a character like a yard sale or something, and then slowly you start picking up on it as like, oh well, here's a different way I can like slowly rebuy these characters I wasn't able to back then. So the interest was always there. So 20 years later, a movie comes out, and everyone's jumping back into Transformers, but the true fans were always there. I mean, same as Marvel, like everyone's jumping on the Marvel movies. The true fans were always there. They never left. They were still buying stuff. Now, the one thing I would say is independent writers, independent animators, independent movie movie makers, production studios. They have that ability that if they were able to get the budget and the resources, there's an independent studio out there. They would have the ability to recreate something that the fans are looking for. Yeah, I mean the Bay versus is something else, but I mean the funny thing is, it depends where when and where you have that conversation. Cause in some of the groups, saying anything bad about the Bay universe is almost a no. Where it's like they're all about the Bay universe, and they don't want anything to do with G1 or any of the other variations that are out there. But I mean, if an independent studio were to come along, for instance, within one of the groups that's out there, they promote actually, I think it's one of the Facebook pages, but a lot of the groups, share their videos, and it's a lot of the stop animation videos that basically they create them selling the toys between like the Optimus, Stunticons, Dinobots, a few of the other characters, and that they've created the toys for. But the stop animation studio has done such an amazing job that if they were able to get their hands on the budget and some good writing and created something that to put out in either the theaters, or on Netflix or anywhere else, they would do a really great job. Um, and again, if they took the concept, and I mean, it's not really stealing a concept. It's going with a concept that we know works. Um, because many concepts could exist, and you could say, well, let me try that concept. Let me see if it works. Let me try this one. Let me see if it works. But the MCU style of putting stories together, and like we've seen it work. Like out of I think 25 movies, I think at least 21 of them have all been successful. So we know it works. The TV shows have been successful. We know it works. If a stop animation studio were to take Transformers, sit down and retool the storyline within what the storyline should be, it would be successful. Like it's waiting to happen. Hopefully, we see it happen. Like I would really enjoy seeing that happen. Because I mean, a lot of the newer variations that have come out, like the same with the Netflix series, is like they almost got it. I found they basically rushed. They almost combined, you know, like 5 or 6 years of G1, like all of the Beast Wars, and then just combined everything together, and and in a sense, hope it worked by like just compressing all these storylines into the three parts, the three part of the series. Um, and in most parts, it worked. Um, but it was still like for myself after watching let me see, there was a after watching the first two parts, I was questioning how they were going to introduce the kingdom part of it, right between the siege and Earthrise. I was really questioning how are they going to get into kingdom and introduce Beast Wars, and I was actually surprised they actually did a really good job with it. Um, but again, it's taking the 2 or 3 years of Beast Wars and merging it right into G1. Um, but they did it in a way where it made sense. Um, yeah, they did rush through the Siege, Earthrise, and Kingdom, and easily 50 episodes exactly. And I mean, it's funny. It's like I bounce around, but between the MCU and in terms of storytelling, um, I mean, right now Transformers has I think we're like on movies like I think movie 6 or 7 was supposed to come out next. Um, in the right hands, that could have been easily like 20 movies, 20 successful movies. Um, and exactly what you're saying with the Siege, Earthrise, and Kingdom, um, they could have really expanded on that because really, when you look at season 1 and season 2 of G1, um, I think that's easily at least 50 episodes. Um, as G1 had a certain amount, G2 I think had twice the amount, and that's when Transformers was really at their popularity in '85. Um, so for them to kind of take at least we're talking almost like at least 50, 60 episodes, and just combine all of that into like basically 5 episodes. It is extremely rushed. Because one thing I did like with Siege was they expanded on the storyline of when Optimus went back to Cybertron to look for a leader one. So in a sense, the whole Siege part was an explanation, an expanded explanation of what happened way before even coming to Earth. Whereas like we've only ever gotten hints of that like here and there, but never really a full storyline on what happened before they came to Earth. But then within Siege, it's like between the 5 or 6 episodes, it's I would say maybe with Siege that would work where it's like, okay, 5 episodes to tell the storyline before they came to Earth, but then you get the Earthrise and it's like, well, now 5 or 6 episodes of everything after they came to Earth, everything leading up to the Beast Wars. And so basically you're saying, well, in 5 episodes we're now going to go through 50 episodes of season 2 and the movie, and pack that all into 5 or 6 episodes. It's a bit much, and then to jump into Beast Wars, where I think that's like 2 or 3 seasons, and pack all of that into 5 or 6 episodes. Again, it's a bit much, but I mean they did pull it off. So surprisingly, one part I was impressed. Another part I was impressed with was the conversation between Skylynx and Alpha Trion, which I want to go back and watch. Because again, it's little concepts like that. You put it in there to kind of expand on storylines and and give a better explanation of what's happening. Even within everything rushed, you slow it down for that 5 minutes and give an explanation of actually what's happening. And that's what kind of, connects a viewer to like any show. Whereas if you miss that part, you're kind of wondering, well, okay, all this happened. Why is it happening? Who are these characters? What's happening? And I mean, many shows are like that, where there's either the one style of explain the storyline but take like 4 or 5 seasons to explain it, or 4 or 5 seasons to explain it, or explain the history and the present within the storyline as it's happening. So, as we were saying before, so we're discussing all the different Facebook groups that exist. So far we met Calvin from the Transformers Collectors group. I wonder if there's like anyone from one of the any other groups that are out there. That could say what their group is like, or any differences between the groups. And then also their thoughts between the movies and the TV shows as well. And so within that, so I will mention that, we have the website childrenofprimus.com, where it's a website that if you have any Transformers, any Transformers related material, comics, toys, figures, and even GoBots as well. if you have anything that you want to buy or sell, you can go to the website, sign up, and sell your item. Create a profile, take pictures of your items, upload them to the website. Um, Anyone within the same city who's interested, they can message you. If you're interested in shipping the item to another city, sell. If you're interested in selling the item to someone in another city, the option is there. So as D has mentioned, take pictures of your transformers, and I mean take good pictures of it. Like I've seen some postings where it's either they were in the dark or they're just kind of trying to hide something. And I mean, some characters, people have had them for years. It may have fallen off the shelf, unfortunately. Like whatever happened to it, take all the pictures, take pictures from the different angles, post it online. Tell us exactly what it is. This character's been in a box and it's been mint sealed in a box for like however many years. Um, this character may have had like a broken arm, but he may complete your sentence in one way or another. Um, and post it with a price that's reasonable. Someone in your city may be interested in buying it. Someone in another city may be interested in buying it. The same as anyone who's like in any independent toy sellers who are selling Transformers, and they may have not been able to get out to the conventions in the last year and a half, and you've got stock sitting around that you can't sell. You can easily go to the website, create a profile, take pictures, and sell them, and generate the buzz that way. And yes, going solo, you just have to jump into it. I mean, a year ago, a year and a half ago, or even before that, like I would never have imagined running the ship solo on a live stream, and here it is. Um, and Anthony, who was in he had a few things to take care of, and he wasn't able to come out today. So he's our reviewers. He does all of our reviews, the bot reviews on Mondays and Fridays, and I believe the Fridays are the retro reviews. But the bot reviews every Mondays and Fridays, and he gets pretty detailed with his descriptions in terms of the characters, their history, the history of the toy lines, a few of them, like the inspiration between the creation of the characters, and like there's one character that came out where they were inspired by an earlier version, but then they slightly changed the name of it. And I mean, sometimes it's a licensing issue as well, where a third party may want to recreate a character, but they're not allowed to use that name, or even Hasbro themselves are not allowed to use that name for whatever licensing reasons. But they'll create a whole other character that's a very close similarity to that original, and then actually do a better job than the original. And so look out for those reviews, and I mean we shared them between all the different groups between every Monday and then Friday, and then we also have news and reviews from like all the other different websites of characters that are coming out, movie news, and any store reviews, news of characters that are coming to like stores like Walmart or Target, any of the online sites. We have review, we have all the news articles on those, and those articles come out daily. So if you're on the Children of Primus Facebook page, you will see all of those reviews and all of those news clips coming out daily, every day. So if you get alerts for them, it's the one stop shop. So not only buying and selling Transformers, we have all the news and reviews of all the new Transformers that are coming out. So I will say, what is D? An energon emergency. So Mr. D had an energon emergency. He is home now, but Ratchet recommends that he spectate for the evening. And I'm happy to watch my backup man take the center stage. I'll remain supporting via the comments for the evening. And very much appreciated, and thank you. And then hopefully you're better for next week's show. It's funny talking to Calvin earlier when we were talking about the personality of Ratchet. Ratchet being a lot more sarcastic in Prime than he was in the original G1. Yes. So, well, one week you will be able to DJ and play all the sound effects. And somewhere along the line, you have to have a few of the and just all the funny sound effects we could think of. I mean, actually, I was gonna say I did pick up on the video that you had forwarded me the link to yesterday. So I was watching it, and I will discuss with you later on about that. Because I mean, there are a few things that they mentioned that I could see being used here. Funny enough, a few things I think we're actually ahead of in that aspect. But I guess the one cool thing is it just being organic in terms of just a discussion, just being out there and speaking, where it's not overly edited, and it's not where it doesn't have the visual effects, or even the sound effects, and the sound effects are cool. It's just back to the core concepts of, say, what even YouTube it used to be, and Facebook still has that has that feeling to it of just at times it just being a conversation. Where it's gotten to the point of like, well, now it has to be an over display of whose video's better than whose, and and taking it beyond what it is. And I mean, that's cool and everything, but I've seen at certain times the core concept of what the video is about is actually lost, because then it's too it's almost overproduced. More of the focus is on the bells and whistles than the actual content. Which, I mean, funny enough, that's a Transformers movie in itself. That's the last many movies have been focused on the bells and whistles, and zero, focus on the core concepts whatsoever. Whereas going with the MCU movies, they actually focused on the concept first, add the bells and whistles after. So you've got a better package. Yeah, and then that is one plan I was thinking of, and actually going through some of my stuff again. We'll speak on this later. In terms of the audio, the mics, and everything. There's actually a few cool things that I could see the direction going with. And another thing that's actually interesting is, because of YouTube only existing so many years ago, getting certain equipment and having it for a while And now going back and looking at people reviewing this equipment, and it's funny seeing how, the things that they're impressed with, or things they're calling out within certain equipment that can be used in live streaming. And I'm like, well, we done figured out those things back in like 2000 when this stuff just came out. Whereas like now they're on like version 4, version 5, but then reviewers are still reviewing version 1 and 2 as still being the best version. um for instance, like the microphone preamp. um I mean, I've had that sitting for years, and slowly going to bring it out. It's funny looking at reviewers talking about this preamp, and when we had it, YouTube didn't exist yet. So it wasn't like, well, let me find what other people across the globe are speaking on this equipment. It's basically, it's either someone personally, or just buy it and see how it works, and make it work for your setup. Um, Whereas like now there's all sorts of reviews on, in terms of like how they're using it for their setup. Um, and then it's funny going back to the Transformer sense. It's kind of the same thing where you know many of us didn't know who was, and who weren't Transformers fans, who didn't collect the toys. Because I mean, back then not everyone really expressed that they were a toy collector, um to their friends, because like, well, we're grown people now, we don't collect toys, or we don't speak on it. Not realizing there's like millions of people that have been collecting this over the years. um so now, as everyone had their Transformers on shelves, in glass cases back in like the 90s, early 2000s. Now we're seeing images of like, many other people doing the exact same thing that we never knew of, across Canada, different parts of the States, Philippines, Germany, like, different parts of Europe. Like, we're seeing all these different collections that exist now that we didn't know about. Which is also funny that us being in Canada and the US, seeing G2 in a certain sense, not understanding that in a whole another part of the world, G2 had a different feeling and meaning for them. Where in a like G2 was kind of sold to them as RG1. Yeah, right now I'm only on Facebook right now, and we'll load it up onto to YouTube after. Um, but I will like explain the reasoning behind that. Um, but as I was I was saying, it in terms of the G2, for us on this side of the world. Um, we were sold G2 coming in after G1. Whereas on the other side of the world, they were sold G2 as a whole, as like a whole other thing. Um, yes, if you're able to, yeah, I think I can try to. I can't guarantee that, but let me see if you're able to. Um, yeah, so I believe it's within the European market. They actually expanded on the G2 storyline. Um, and I mean, we had the comics here, but their G2 was a continuation of G1, but then also introduced a lot of other characters um, that didn't happen over here. So we saw G2 as like, well, they just repackaged G1, recolored them, and then just tried to reintroduce the same thing. But for others, G2 was an actual story and timeline. Um, there's just a confusion when some say, well, G2 started within G1, and I'm like, well, no, that's where you're starting to mix up the concepts. G2 didn't happen in the middle of the Transformers movie in 1986, but there's articles that would say otherwise. Well, I guess the question is, what is the picture that you were going to post? Um, I'm not sure if it does pictures within the live streams. Um, again, figuring all this out and learning as I go and as we go, um, is one thing I don't think I've seen done before. As opposed to if a guest shares a picture, then it could be shown. Well, I guess one funny thing with running the live stream solo is it actually reminds me of some of the club dates where I basically was like the main DJ for the entire night, running hip hop, R&B, a little bit of house, and some reggae from. And I think I would start from like 8:30 ish, 9 o'clock, and just keep going until like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. Um, and I remember one of the events where the club owner, I think at around 2 o'clock, he was saying, well, the club's done now. It's time to pack up slowly, start winding down. But then looking at the dance floor, everyone was still having a great time. And something in me just said, just keep going. And I think it went for maybe like another 45 minutes, whereas like the owners now dancing, the staff in the bar, who couldn't, they were working all night. Now they're just on the floor dancing. Anyone else who's still in is still dancing. And it's just a chance, like everyone just had a good time. Cause I mean, you have a good time working in a club, but you're still working. So your focus is really keeping the patrons, like happy and then, and taking care of them. But then once the club is closed, like now, you're done work, like except for cleaning up. But now everyone's just on the floor dancing and enjoying themselves, and I mean it was cool. So it's like I see running the live stream the same way. Um, well, I believe so. Actually, you know what? Let me get the link to send to you. So give me a second here. So as they say, it's never too late. And there we go. Mike is in the house.
Yo.
Good evening.
What up? You can hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Let me change this view, and there we go.
Where's D?
But he wasn't able to jump in. He's in the comments section. But he wasn't feeling as well this evening, so he's supporting us, virtually supporting us.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So how are you doing?
I'm doing good. What ended up happening with me, and the reason why I'm late, and I apologize to everybody there. It's watching or in a future watch, is that my son had a tournament today for hockey. And what ended up happening, that's why my background is a little bit different. I got my China collection instead of my Transformer collection in the background.
Yes.
What's called so my son was in a hockey tournament and it was King of the Rink, and what ended up happening, we won.
Nice.
Right, hold on. All right, I could do the Olympic gold medal here. Look at this bling.
Nice. Okay.
That hurt. So
But
suck on that, Olympics.
there you go. It was worth it.
So hold on, you've been on your own the whole entire time?
The entire time.
Holy.
The DJ's been went solo on the dance floor, and everyone's been dancing.
Nice. It's about time, eh?
Yes.
So that means I get to go on my rant for today about Kingdom.
Yes. Now I'm wondering, do we save the rant for when all four of us are here?
Why?
Well, I mean, we want to it's one of those things when it's like all four of us are here and it's like we're all ranting together, but I mean that's never stopped us from revisiting a topic later on. So yeah, definitely run with it. Yes, as D said, do it now.
No, do it now. Well, as D alluded it from last week, because I watched our stream.
Yes.
Afterwards, right? And he did mention that Lottie, he had a bad comment. He was calling me and he was telling me all this stuff and blah blah blah, right? He was right, but at the same time too, it was a little stretch. Okay. And I heard everybody's ranking. And everybody said basically Kingdom was number one on their list. Kingdom's not. It's time for Orladi's revenge. That's right. The dark side of Orladi revenge.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right. You know what? I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you. Okay. Let me say the good things, I guess. Right. I understand the writers were trying to make it as, I guess, dramatic as possible. But there was just a lot of talking. Too much talking, right? It would have been nice if there was a balance of battle scenes, right? And
we agree with that.
Yeah,
we agree with that.
Scenes, yeah, the battle scenes were quite weak as well too, right? They're on top of a mountain. And they take their guns away, and the next minute they got their guns, and they're blasting each other. And Megatron turns into T-Rex, and he's rolling at everybody with his little short hands, and everybody is blasting away. And I felt like it was a G.I. Joe episode there, when everybody's shooting each other and they miss each other. So it was that. So that was pretty weak. Again, the storyline was just stretch. It was so stretch, right? Like just too much talking, like I'm doing right now. I'm just doing a lot of talking, right? And that's how it felt like. The voices.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Megatron Kingdom wasn't right at all. It wasn't right at all.
No, there's I do agree with that. Beast Wars, Megatron, and Kingdom. I don't. That was one failing character. I don't understand why they did them like that.
I don't know either too. Like Megatron, like Beast Wars Megatron, it was, and the show writers and the producers should have known that it's on Netflix and who's going to be watching it? Majority of people in our age group. Let's be honest, right? And so that means there's going to be a lot of us that has watched the original Beast Wars, and so there is a bit of that expectation, right? And let's face it, if I had to pick Beast War Netflix, Megatron, or Beast War old school, I'm sorry, I'm going to go with old school.
Right.
Because the voice character itself, or how the voice was presented, or how he did it and how he sounded, right? Exactly. Just commenting on D's comment there.
Yeah.
It fit so perfectly, right? That whole yes, right?
Yes.
That hello, Optimus Prime, I'm going to destroy. Like in this, but this Megatron was such a kiss ass.
Mhm.
Such like he like honest to goodness, I thought at one point he was gonna ask him, "Do you mind if we can go in the back over there for a couple of minutes?" And have their self a romantic moment because um it was like it's like, oh my god, it's Megatron. I'm the biggest fanboy in the world. That's why I named myself after you, right?
Mhm.
Oh, they should have been, a little bit of that admiration, but at the same time too, as soon as you turn that back on me, I'm stabbing it, buddy.
Well, and what's funny, that's how the both Optimuses were with each other. You know,
Yeah,
the Optimus Primal is just like, if G1 Optimus turns his back, I just might take him out because I
yeah.
don't like him. Even though we're both Optimus, I don't like that other Optimus. And you would think so. Almost in a sense, one would think, well, the Beast Wars Optimus would bow down to the G1 Optimus. That didn't happen. That happened with the Megatrons. You would never think, any character with the name Megatron would bow down to another Megatron. Like in a sense,
Totally
they
agree.
should have been, it's like we'll both fight for the name, or we'll team up and take out everyone else. But no.
Oh, and that was silly. Primo basically said to Optimus in a sense of prove who you are, and
Hmm.
the guy was ready to to choke him out and stuff like that, right? That's what you figure that you will see between the two Megatrons, but that
Hmm.
wasn't even it, right? Or there was like, I trust you, but I don't believe you. I believe you, but I don't trust you. That's the attitude they should have had between each other, but they
Yeah.
didn't have that at all. It was one big fanboy kissing his ass. No, sorry, kissing Megatron. Even Megatron was like treating him like some little weakling, right? The
Hmm.
way he talked, oh, you better do something with your name later on, right?
Well, but that's the funny thing because that's exactly it. Like Megatron has the you know not even a sense of in a leadership role, because I mean there's two types of leaders. There's either the community assigns someone as a leadership because they're a natural leader, or there's Megatron that's like,
Mm.
well, I will bully everyone and tell you guys I'm your leader. Um, and that's kind of like the G1 Megatron was bullying the Beast Wars Megatron. But again,
Yeah.
if you're a Megatron, you should you shouldn't accept that.
See, for me, there was like one particular scene. I'm just thinking about it right now that I thought it would have been pretty cool, like a cool Easter egg, okay, or an homage kind of thing. Um, when you know how they were near the Allspark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they were kind of dreaming a little bit, like how Starscream was dreaming about his crown. He goes, "Oh my God, it's about time I have my crown."
Yes.
Right there should have been a moment where Beast War Megatron should have blasted him and just destroyed him, and then looked at Megatron and said to him, "Now we got no issues." In a sense of like, we don't have to worry about this guy anymore. I took in, like it's basically giving him like that you know if you're gonna mess with me, this is what's gonna happen. Okay,
Right.
right? Like I took out Starscream and he's done. And so I'm sending Megatron, G1 Megatron a little messages there, right? Watch
Mm-hmm.
your back. Still gonna follow you, but watch your back.
Yep. Yep.
So that could have been like a little thing there, and it wasn't, right? And like it goes back to some of that writing, right, where they could have put these little elements in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what else? So much I can go on about the whole Megatron, like the whole interaction of the Megatrons, like Beast Wars. I didn't like at all. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the other thing as well too, like going back to the writing, I still didn't understand. You know, Primal there had like some kind of deal with Nemesis Prime. like if there's a part there saying, oh, you don't know about Nemesis Prime, and then they had a deal with them, like they had some kind of deal, right? They never really went into that explanation because Prime will say, oh, I'll hear later, because first, right now, is the missions first and all this kind of stuff, right? So I didn't understand that. Then they were talking about all the Maximals. There were like 200 of them that got smashed, like they got killed, right? There's only a few left, like, because that whole part when Megatron, Beast War Megatron, and Dinobot and Arachno, they all got together, right? And that whole storyline, or talking about how these other Maximals got killed off, and they were talking about that story, right? So that whole deal plus the 200, what's called Maximal that had passed away, and then at the same time too, they were on Earth, right? Okay, so if they were on Earth, does that mean did those 200 died from before, or did they die in Cybertron? Did they did they die in between, or whatever case is? So it kind of goes back to what you were saying about Prime, and see Prime will not you know not knowing if that was Prime himself, because he should have known already, because from all the records from before. Because they're all telling them, "Oh, we're kind of they're trying not to tell them, "Oh, we're from the future,
Right.
and we don't want to change things from the past." But that got slipped out of the bag very quickly, and how they dealt with all that, I don't know. It just didn't make sense because the writing again was just too long, right?
Well,
They should have just made it very quick, not very quick, but like very simple. Was a clean, consistent, writing and storylines and the script, or whatever you want to put it. Their dialogues, but there's a whole bunch of dialogue that just didn't make sense. And if they were on Earth for that period of time, waiting for them to come, how did they not know that the Allspark was there? Right?
Well,
But they didn't. Hold on, wait. They didn't know, but yet the Allspark knew because Nemesis apparently had visited them. Because you got to remember, when Prime went, they were confused. They don't know if he was Nemesis Prime or the original Prime.
Right.
So again, that was all confusing, right? So it's like they knew, but they didn't know. Didn't make sense.
Well, it's one of those things where it's you have to, like, I actually understood the entire concept of it. And I mean, only watching the whole thing once, I would have had to have sat down and watched it, like, the whole thing again, like 2 or 3 times to give a better explanation of it. In essence, it's actually, I guess a question. You still haven't seen the Loki episodes yet, have you?
Oh, I saw them all.
Okay. Now see when they get to the last character, he who remains, and it's basically with
Kang.
how, with how Kang and all of Marvel explain storylines is within time travel or a certain storyline, everything ends up still being repeating itself. So even if at some point you try to change a story, to change the story or change history, it was already rewritten. It was already written that you went back to change that story or change history. So it's to be expected.
Yes, but at a certain time.
Right. But then in this sense, it's almost as if they weren't expecting Prime to lose the Matrix. So they, or I guess a better explanation.
Mike, don't try to justify it, because at the end of the day, if you're trying to compare to the Loki, at the ending there, and I don't want to spoil it.
Right.
I understood what happened, because that variant of Kang the Conqueror, because that's who he is, right?
Right.
Sorry, spoiler, but that was that particular variant that had won all those battles in a sense, and that's where he decided to keep that particular line going. And that's when he said to Loki, to the two Lokis, the female and the male, if you get rid of me, that's going to be someone worse than me.
Well, that's
But it's him, but it's a different variant of him, but like a worse one in a sense of I'm not going to keep that timeline consistent, like how you're trying to do. I'm just going to destroy everything. I'm going to be a ruler. Right. So, but again, in this timeline with the Transformers, is that again it was just too much that they're just trying to cram too much, and by cramming all that stuff in, the story got confusing a little bit.
It's true. I mean, it is the one thing. A lot of, I mean, basically, you're taking however many years of G1 and I think 2 or 3 years of Beast Wars and cramming it all in.
I'd rather they do the same thing what they did with Loki. And Loki, there wasn't that much action, but the actions were good.
It's the explanation.
But the explanation was good as well too. But this, you see here, there's a lack of writing, a lack of explanation, a lack of dialogue. They're trying to jam everything for toy purposes. Like even when, for example, Telechan 1 was like, okay, I got to turn into a big robot so I can transform in that last minute and punch the nemesis. Pow!
Well, that's just strictly selling the toy.
No, but we know why they did that, because that was a toy. That's to sell the toy, but that didn't make sense. Why could Telechan 1 just fix itself very quickly and fly out? Why you have to wait the whole entire time to think about, I got to transform so I can take that one moment to transform and punch a spaceship, and then I don't have to do anything else after. Does that make sense? No.
Well, I mean,
we get why they did that, right?
Right. Well, the funny thing in terms of the explanation when he was saying that they started off with the 200, the way he explained it is basically in their future, because of what Prime did in the past, they were slowly dying off in the future, and there's only the few of them that remained. Yeah. So that part kind of made sense. It's in terms of them meeting.
But where are those 200 tied? And what about the other what's it called, Predacons?
They would have died off too, because in a sense but that's where he explains it, because the Allspark is he did explain.
I'm going to cut you off here, and I'm sorry because I'm going to hold you to it. Again, it only mentioned the Maximals because he gave Megatron Beast Wars shit for killing 200 Maximals. Okay, so are you telling me there was only 3-4 Predacons left, and then the Scorpion guy? I want to call him Scorponok. Yeah. So what? So there was like 3 or 4 main Predacons, and then the rest were all a bunch of Scorponauts?
No, because basically how he explained it is because once the Allspark left Cybertron, because the Allspark is basically what sustains life on Cybertron, and because Optimus took it off of Cybertron, everyone started dying. So it really didn't even have anything to do with the attacks. I mean, in a sense,
that's what Primal said. That's what Primal accused of Megatron, Beast Wars Megatron of doing.
He accused Optimus of doing it.
No, he also accused. There was a scene in there where he accused Megatron. We're gonna have to go back and take a look at it. Okay.
Yes.
And that's the problem, right? With this whole thing, because it's so confusing. Right. We're gonna take it. We're probably gonna take different point of views of it. Right. Mm-hmm. And like. I just wish it was a little bit more climactic and a little bit more more fight scenes in it, and a little bit more of that fast pace, like almost like Dark Side of the Moon, right? If you look at Dark Side of the Moon, it was slow a little bit at the beginning, but then near the end, it was like bang, 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 bang. I'm gonna kill everybody. Hold on, but Beast Meg said, "What about killed?" Didn't mention 200, buddy. My killed. Okay, it could have been what, 5, 2, 3 peeps. There was a specific number that was said, right? So you know, that was that was I was kind of hoping for that, right?
Mhm.
Now, and listen, man, I can go on and on and on, and I think maybe I'll wait a little bit for the other guys and maybe some of the other comment, but I think everybody pretty much knows where I stand, and there were some cool parts, right?
Mhm.
I really like Dinobot's story.
Yes, like that's the one consensus. Like everyone like really
Yeah,
appreciated Dinobot's story.
I would have liked I would have liked that to be even more of the storyline. Let's just say,
Mhm.
right? And even with Black Arachnia, she played a really good part. Um, Air Razor, or I could call her Pepper Iron Man.
That's funny.
You know what I mean?
Pepper
Like,
Iron Man. Wow.
yeah, right? Like Pepper, right? When she
Yes.
put on the Iron Man suit, that's what she looked like to me. Um, she played a little bit of a crucial part, which I kind of liked.
Mhm.
There was that part there that didn't kind of make sense. Well, the part that I did like is when Laserbeak basically took her out.
Right.
You can see the difference in the technology of the old versus the new.
Mhm.
Even though Reinhardt knew more about mechanical things or engineering and technology, but you can see that the old were a little bit more superior, I guess.
Yes.
So that's why when Laserbeak took her out, that was fantastic. And then how Soundwave just I think by her legs, just dragging her by the leg and just threw her on the ground like that was like he went hunting and goes, "Hey, look, we're having for dinner for tonight."
Mhm.
That was pretty cool. Um, I didn't think Nemesis Prime needed to be in there, to be honest with you. I think that was a throw-in. Again, that's for purposes because are you telling me that Nemesis Prime, so Optimus Prime and Megatron got transformed into Nemesis Prime and Galvatron by Unicron,
That's what they're saying.
right? I didn't feel that was necessary to have Nemesis Prime, but if you wanted that second guy, okay, fine.
Mhm.
But then you had all these again. Now I'm going to complain again. You had 12, let's just say, badass Transformers in there.
Mhm.
Couldn't take out two Transformers. You had Galvatron and Nemesis Prime just wrecking everybody. That didn't make sense, right? Like if you have like two primes in a sense and two Megatrons in a sense, you're telling me they can't take on Galvatron and Megatron? I mean,
Well,
like so Nemesis Prime and Galvatron.
I mean, considering half of them were, either fighting each other. And I mean, when you look at the two Megatrons, like really, it's still one Megatron, essentially. Um,
Still, it's,
and I mean that Megatron, he's self-serving, so he's not really in a sense he was self-serving, but then he wasn't trying to take out Galvatron because he understands that Galvatron is the future of him. So it's like whatever message is coming back,
mm-hmm.
he needs that message because it's like in order for me to win this battle, I've got to take the words of my future self. So he wasn't interested in battling Galvatron.
Yeah, but his future self also created a golden disc that ironically didn't finish. Like, I'm sorry, but if I had this golden disc of a future Megatron of myself, not the Galvatron, but a Megatron of myself, I don't know about you, but I would have sat down, played the disc, and listened to the whole thing.
Well, I mean, it's
Right?
again, it's one of those time things because again, it's almost like in the Loki episode where it's just like as he's speaking, his history is being written.
I
So
get it.
there's
I get
only
it.
so much of his future that was, in a sense, his future was only written up to the point that it's written. So
No, it was
he
written.
can't
Hold on, it was written right up to the point he becomes Galvatron, because
yeah.
That's how Starscream knows that. Hey, Megatron, you didn't know Galvatron is you?
No, that's exactly it. So it's written up to the point that Galvatron's writing it. It doesn't go beyond that. So he can't. Galvatron can't write the future because he's currently writing. He's writing everything that's happened in the past, but he can't write the future. But then
Right.
Megatron has the
But he's saying
ability
that,
to
but he's saying
listen
that
to the
this does.
future.
But but you got to remember, again, going back to that fight scene, Megatron told Beast War Megatron, "This is what's going to happen on that mountain. Okay, they're going to sneak attack you and be prepared."
No,
Right?
Galvatron told Megatron that.
No.
No, not the other way around. Because Galvatron told Megatron, "You're going to get the sneak attack." Because Galvatron's from the future, so he's telling Megatron everything.
No, it was Megatron himself telling him all that. It wasn't Galvatron telling Megatron. If you listen to the disc, it was Megatron's voice telling Megatron himself. Or maybe I misunderstood it.
No,
not Galvatron telling Megatron.
It's essentially because technically, I mean, Galvatron and Megatron is the same guy, but in a sense, he's telling himself what's going to happen.
No, I get it. It's like, for example, it's like, Loki transforming to somebody else, but it's Loki telling Loki what's going to happen. That's how I understood it. Not Galvatron telling Megatron about what's going to happen. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood that part, but the fact of the matter is like, you knew what was going to happen, but then you don't know what was going to happen afterwards, and you didn't listen to the rest of your golden disc there, because that's something I would have did, right? Again, it's the poor writing behind it.
Well, yeah, and
it wasn't executed correctly. That's the point that I'm getting at. They had a good they potentially had a good story to tell, but then it just got lazy. It was lazy writing after.
Well, I mean, and it's the lazy writing. I would say would contribute with the time frame, because you're looking at it in a sense of like, well, like in a sense, if we're both if you're Optimus and I'm Megatron, and we're both looking for the Allspark, I can either sit down and listen through this entire disc, knowing that while I'm sitting down listening to it, you're much closer to the Allspark than I am, or I'm just going to listen to it as I go. Which definitely, that's why you could see there's mistakes in terms of it, of like, well, I've walked toward this mountain, but I actually went around the mountain, as opposed to like, I'm still sitting far away. I'm not even near the mountain yet, because I'm figuring out everything that leads me up to it. But while I'm doing that, you've already gotten it. So in a sense, it was kind of pointless for me to sit down and listen to it.
Okay, so Mike, you're trying to justify it, and it's not working, and I hate saying that, brother. Okay, because again, if you look at it and you hear, like, if you not look at it, but if you hear what the disc is saying, it is a diary.
Yes.
Right now, I could say to you then, why would Galvatron go through this? Like, I'll give you a perfect example. So Galvatron went through all that trouble in Earth Rising, right? Because he had that chance to get to Megatron, to talk to him, whatever. Then that chance went missing after. That was his only chance. Created the golden disc. That golden disc happened to be buried somewhere, whatever case is. Then Beast War Megatron was able to get it and to give it to Megatron. That's the confusion for me. I thought Megatron recorded this disc, put it in a safe. He passed away, like he turns it to Galvatron and whatever. Then Beast War Megatron found that disc, and it was instructed to go back in time and to give it to past Megatron. That's how I understood it. Okay.
Yeah, they left the part out.
Right, but that's how I can understand. I could be wrong, but then again, it goes back to their lazy writing. Because if I'm confused, what about the other viewers?
Right.
Okay, and I'm sure there's smarter viewers than I am that are watching that. So if they're confused, oh boy, imagine me, right? So, but the whole point is that that whole scenario in Earth Rising, right? Okay, fine. Now they're in Kingdom, and again, lazy writing, and at the end, Galvatron and Nemesis shows up. So what was that whole purpose of the giving of the golden disc then? If Galvatron recorded that, all you had to do is just wait there, wait for Megatron to show up, him being there instead of Beast Wars Megatron. Say, okay, buddy, let me hold your hand. This is what we got to go do.
Well, Galvatron's not
Lazy
able to
writing,
do
man.
that. But
Lazy
Galvatron's not
writing.
able to do that because
Why? He showed up at the end.
well,
Him and
no,
Nemesis.
he showed up under he's basically Galvatron's under Unicron's rule. So anytime he's trying to get that disc out, that's him trying to break away from Unicron. Like his overall plan is he wants to go back in time and kind of teach Megatron
not become Galvatron.
Exactly. Either
Right,
not become to not become Galvatron.
I get that, but there was a good chunk of Galvatron being there and Nemesis Prime too. Because if Nemesis Prime is there, wouldn't Unicron find out as well too?
But that's why Galvatron kept showing up, because repeatedly he kept trying to convince Megatron. It's like, hey, I've got these 5 seconds. Unicron's not watching me. This is what you need to do so we don't go down this road. Oh, here's Unicron. I can't tell you the full story. Let me try to find another opportunity. I've got these 2 seconds. Let me tell you what to do to not go down this road. Unicron's found me. I can't tell you the story. So and that's where the laser writing comes in. At some point, Galvatron figured out to go to the Beast Wars version of Megatron because Unicron's not watching the Beast Wars version of Megatron. That Megatron then gave.
We don't know that.
Well, that's how that Megatron gave it to the G1 Megatron.
Right, and then how did Nemesis make that deal with Primal as well too?
Well, the Nemesis part, that I don't understand. I can only understand that the Galvatron Megatron dynamic and Unicron.
But that's my point, because there's so many what ifs in there, right? And what I mean by what ifs, it's like, did this happen? Hold on, I'm just reading what D said here. There is not a reason to consider that Megatron proper said to bring the disc back in time. It was just Megatron memories. Galvatron, whose idea it was to get the memories to make, so that again, you see, so I am kind of right then. If I'm reading this correctly, it is Megatron memorized sending to himself, not Galvatron. So, anyways, the whole point is just to kind of wrap it up a little bit, right? Because I can go on and on and on, especially on this topic, and we'll never finish because we're just going to go in circles, right? I didn't like it. Yeah, there were some good parts to it. I actually did like the ending. It kind of reminded me a bit of a Soprano ending.
Okay.
Right?
I didn't watch The Sopranos. Surprisingly. I'm just one of those guys, those shows that like everyone watches. I don't watch it.
Yeah, but still, you grew up with Gina Finch, man. You're supposed to watch that stuff. Anyways, okay. Can I spoil it for you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Soprano at the end of the movie, at the end of the last episode, it just went to black. Okay. And when it went to black, it left a lot of guessing. Like, what happened? Like, why did it go black? Did my TV break?
Right.
So I kind of liked the ending in a sense of leaving a little bit that cliffhanger. And so now, if they don't do a Netflix version of that of Transformers, but it's left open ended, and so and that's a good thing where people could pick off from there in the sense of comic books or other medias or even ourselves, right? And you can imagine how that ending could there you go. Do you see? Look, another Gina Fincher. Look, have all the Sopranos series on DVD. Good on D. So that was good. I like that part, and it's almost like the same thing even with what's called the Transformer G1, right? Because the way it ended.
Okay.
Right. And see, got yourself a gun. That's right. And so I actually like that, to be honest. But if I had to do my ranking, I would go with 1, 2, and 3 in that order: season 1, season 2, and season 3.
Okay.
What else I could say? Like, yeah, Dinobot was good. That whole Arachno was good. I knew they were going to do a little female power kind of version at that moment where, oh, my hero. But then again, that was a bit of a homage between Ratchat and Rhinox,
Right.
and I thought that was funny. I thought that was cute.
Yes.
Um, but I guarantee a lot of people would be saying, "Oh, that's a social justice warrior moment, yay!" No, it wasn't that at all. And so far, you Transformer fans, that was a good nod. I actually liked that. That was really good. Um, what else? What else was good about it? The cart. You know what? The animation. I actually like the animation. There were certain parts of the animation when you saw like a side view of them,
Mhm.
it almost looked like Devastation. You know the video game Devastation.
Yes, I know of it.
Yeah. Have you seen it, or you just know of it?
I know of it. I haven't actually. I've seen clips of it and stuff. I haven't played it, but I know like it's yeah, animation wise, like it's done really well.
Yeah. So it kind of reminded me a little bit of Devastation, which was really nice. I like that.
Okay.
I did like Nemesis Prime. I did like Galvatron, and I did like the Beast Wars. I did like the Beast Wars figures in there. I did. I'm not going to get into that conversation about Rat Trap, like how you guys spent hours. The big rat versus the small little rat, and that
Right.
whole size forming. Okay, it's a cartoon, so I'm gonna just leave it at that, right? Because at the end of the day, if we're gonna be nitpicky, the size forming, of the old of Beast Wars versus the G1,
Mhm.
again, Beast Wars figures were much smaller than the G1 figures originally. In
Okay.
this particular case, it wasn't. For whatever reason, and I'm fine with that. Right?
Right. Right.
So I'm not gonna nitpick at that. Okay, because it was actually pretty cool how they could stand with each other, and they're able to do things together, and it also showed that the environment that they're in actually does play a big part. So
Mhm.
when you had the G1 figures, yeah, they were more in a city, or in also Cybertron. It's more of like a smooth, city roads and all that kind of stuff, and that's why there were vehicle modes.
Right.
This is a terrain, and that's why the anima mode, right? Fit that particular Earth, right? So I
Mhm.
actually did like that, right? To show the difference, that was pretty cool. Um, what else did I like? I did like the R Spark, how it was kind of portrayed a bit.
Yes.
I did like that. I didn't like. You see, again, I can go back to how could they not know the R Spark wasn't there? Because once you got close to it, you
Mhm.
almost went into this La La Land, right? And that was supposed to be like some self defense mechanism or whatever cases, right?
Yeah, I did like how yeah in terms of like how it played with each other's minds.
Yeah,
But I mean, funny enough, when you go back like even from the G1 cartoon and comics,
yeah,
there was all like and funny I even mentioned earlier this evening, um a lot of things from Cybertron just ends up on Earth,
yeah.
and no one knows about it, like it's been sitting there for millions of years, and it's unknown, so it's kind of the same thing where in this timeline, they know that the Allspark was taken off of Cybertron, but they didn't know where it landed. So they
Right.
never realized they were on the same planet with it.
Well,
You
and
know,
that's the thing, yeah, and it's a good thing that you mentioned that because that's kind of leading up to my other point. Um, going back to the Allspark, I actually like how they dealt with that, right?
mhm,
Versus the Michael Bay version, how it was this big giant huge kind of cube, and people are looking at it like, oh, like how are we gonna move this thing? And then Bumblebee comes out of nowhere. Oh, here it is, the size of a Rubik's cube. So I actually like this version of the Allspark.
well,
And then going back to what you said about
mhm,
the multi universe, and I'm glad that they actually said that they have different multi universe Transformer lines, right?
mhm,
So that's cool because then it gives credit to Transformer Prime. It gives credit to Beast Wars. It gives credit to all the other Transformer cartoons that are out there. saying, "Hey, you guys are all canon as well, right?" And like how you said about all these artifacts, landing back on Earth, it's the same thing. If you look at the Bay Universe Transformer, there was a lot of artifacts that ended up on Earth. If you look at
Mhm.
Transformer Prime, there was a lot of artifacts that from
Yeah,
Cybertron.
Calvin was mentioning that.
Yeah, so that's a good thing that they did that, right? So whatever Transformers you watch, whatever if regardless if it's the movie, cartoon, comic books, whatever storyline is there, it's all canon.
Mhm.
None of that BS what's happening with Star Wars. Right?
I don't know about that, so I'll leave that alone.
There you go, right? So, it's and which is a good thing, right? Because then you could draw things from these other universe, like this whole Loki multi-universe, right?
Mhm.
What did D says here? What figures are you guys looking forward to adding to your collection? Either figures A that are coming out soon, B figure characters you wish would come out, or C figures that have come out but you were never able to acquire. Um, that's a good question. I know it's off topic, but it's okay. um, which ones do I want? The only one that I really want, there's two of them.
Okay.
It's my yin and yang. And what I mean by my yin and yang, it's the Unicron that I mentioned in another shows that it was a special that they had on Toys R Us
Mhm.
for $49.99, and it's like it's a big version of it, not the size that D has, like the human
Right.
size form one,
Right.
and then the counterpart to that, which is Primus,
Okay.
right? And so those two that I'm missing, and I would like to have that because I think that would be pretty cool, where you can have like a cool book, like let's think of like a bookshelf. You have your book stands on one end. So one
Yes.
could be Unicron, the other one could be Primus, and then you could work like your Decepticons, and your Autobots just coming right into the middle, right?
That's how my shelf used to be as
Yeah,
well. So it was just like Autobots, Decepticons, and then it just kind of working into the center. And I believe I had Optimus and Megatron in the center.
no, there you go. To answer your other questions as well too, D. Um, sorry, you probably hear the little ones that are still up, so they're all ready to go to Niagara Falls tomorrow, so they're all hyped about that.
Nice.
I definitely would like to get, if they could, make a proper, 13 primes.
Hmm.
I would like that's something that I would like to have, or if they can literally create, the 13 primes. It could be even from Transformer Primes. They actually showed, the primes in there, right? And there's some comic book figure ones as well too from the old days.
Okay.
I think that'd be pretty cool to collect, right? And there you go. You can have Primus in the background, and you can have all the prime, like all the primes there, below him, all 13 of them. And then with Unicron, you can go with Galvatron and
Yep.
Cyclones and the sweeps and all that, right? And then my other one that I would love to get, because I have their comic books, but I would like to get their figures, is the Decepticon Justice League.
Okay. Right. I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, those are the ones that I really like to get. If I can get my hands on those,
Hmm.
and here's a plug for TFCom that's coming up in December. All right, I hope
Yep.
that happens. I hope we don't go on a fourth lockdown. That's supposed to be what, December the 10th.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Like I know I have shared it on the Facebook page.
yeah. So if I like, I would love to go with all of us down there and maybe do some filming or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Like that would be cool. Like live streaming
yeah,
from it.
yeah. We can, if somebody has something like that there, I probably will spend some of my children university fund on that. Did I say that too loud?
It's recorded.
Don't hit the record button. I cut that part out after. Right. What about you, Mikey?
Honestly, for myself, I don't there. I mean, as cool as all the newer figures look, like there isn't any I've really had an eye on buying. Like I'm still cool with my G1 collection. Um, because I know in a sense you get into that rabbit hole of
Yeah.
you know you get like this whole collection, but then now this something else comes out that updates it, and you want to get that whole collection. And I really I think out of all the newer lines, if there were one I would look into investing in, it would have to have all of the characters, because like I found that like some almost have all of them, but not completely. Whereas it's like if there was a newer line that replaced all of the G1 characters, like every single one of them, then maybe. And also, if all the sizes were comparable. But then the problem is, you create a new line of the, say, like the main characters, like the main Autobots and Decepticons, to find the comparable combiners to those characters are going to be costly. Good.
Well, and you know what, and that's something we should definitely talk about on one of the shows. And I think we did touch a bit about it, like collections, like when do you start and when do you stop and when do you sell?
Hmm.
Yeah, it is a cheap plug for Children of Primus Classified. Okay,
Yep.
it's a great place to post your collection when you're done. It's free. But no, and you're right, and that happened to me with the Generation collections.
Hmm.
I basically have every single figure,
Okay.
and the Transformer Prime collection as well too. I pretty much have all of them. I'm missing two of them there, so that could be something for Dee's question as well too. There's a Megatron that's like all chromed out.
Hmm.
Oh, it's beautiful. And then there's another Megatron. It's like black and purple, which is beautiful as well too. And then they have it's like a Golden Guard Optimus Prime,
I've seen that.
but it looks like a Nemesis Prime, right?
Okay.
And so I will take that one and kind of probably do a bit of a custom paint on it to make it look more like Nemesis Prime.
Okay.
And I'd be happy with that, right?
Hmm. Okay.
So
So.
Damon says, when you say all characters, do you mean just season 1 and 2? No. Are you talking? Okay, so are you mentioning Transformer Prime? If you're talking about Transformer Prime, I pretty much have all the seasons, and when I mean all the seasons, like 1, 2, and Beast Hunters. So 1, 2, and 3.
Hmm.
Because some of the Beast Hunters were actually pretty cool too, right?
Yes.
Like Predaking, like their version of Predaking is actually pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
He was pretty cool.
Yeah, so I have him as well. When I say generations, I'm not talking about generation 1. I'm talking about like generations, like that line that came out, like the spreading thoroughlies and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But the first waves, the first I think 1, 2, 3, 4 wave, I pretty much have all those as well,
Okay.
right? I do have some movie Transformers ones as well that I liked. Um, Pick some of those up, right? But again, it goes back to what you say. You know, when do you start, stop, and sell?
Right. Okay. So he was directing it to me. So it would actually be all three seasons, Rebirth and the movie. Um, so essentially, and funny enough, there was a picture that came out that someone recreated, like recreated the or drew all of the all of the G1 Autobots,
Mm-hmm.
um, and everyone was picking through the picture to see if there was like any characters missing, and I think the only three that were missing were Whirl, Roadbuster, and Hubcap.
Right.
But essentially, every character that was in season 1, 2, 3, Rebirth, and the movie, they were all in the image. Like that's if there was a line that came out that had all of those characters, um, that's something I would be interested in.
Okay.
Because I mean, all of the newer lines, it's like they'll have like a little bit of season 1, a couple of season 2, 2 or 3 of season 3, and then and of course a few of the movie. But like I haven't seen a line that came out that to replace all of that had all of the season the G1 characters. Well, Deluxe Insecticons were Insecticons, so they weren't in that Autobot image. But I know what you mean. I bet if they created a Decepticon version, they'll end up leaving out those Insecticons, just like how they left out Whirl and Roadbuster.
Well, you know what? I can have the Decepticons, but they're called the Legends, right? They're like this big, right? And again, those are generations that I picked up. It was funny because the original generations that came out, and that was actually Megatron, was actually a gun. Is actually his P. Walter 30, whatever it is, gun that
Right.
transformed into a gun, and it was like about, I don't know, like this big,
Right.
and Starscream as well too. Optimus Prime, I had those ones because you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of those G1s. Okay, my daughter's gonna come here any minute here, and she's gonna say, "Daddy." So give me one second, hold on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well, I guess to answer Dee's question, yeah, it would be cool if they did include the deluxe Insecticons as well as the 3 Autobots that I mentioned that were missing. But I mean, even say without them, like I haven't seen a line that had all of the Decepticons.
Sorry, guys.
Mm-hmm.
You said all the Transformer, not Autobots. Oh, here we go. Sorry, hold on. Apparently I'm in big trouble, sir. Big trouble. Okay. And if you're parents, if you're wondering why my kids are still up, again, we just came back from a hockey tournament, and then from that hockey tournament there was a little birthday party for one of the kids, and then I came back from all that, and then I'm here. The kids are getting ready to pack up and go to Niagara Falls tomorrow. And do you remember when you were 10 and 7?
Oh,
how cool you were?
I mean, plus it's summer.
There you go. So that's why they're still up. Okay, otherwise they would have been in bed at 8:30. Otherwise they would have got one of these. But anyway, okay.
Well, I was gonna say it's funny. When we were doing the Niagara Falls things for a bit, we do it on like a Monday and Tuesday as well. Yeah. Like we never did the weekends. I mean, it makes complete sense. Yeah.
Because there's madness over there on the weekends, right? And it makes sense to do it on the weekdays. Okay, hold on. But guys, I'm asking you to name a figure or a few figures, not an entire line, would you want to buy? What I want 3 figures. What 3 figures would each of you want to add to your existing? I already told you which figures. I gave you names. Didn't I just say Unicron, Primus, the Decepticon Justice League?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to name each single one of them? Right.
For myself, I can. I mean, really, it's like I can't think of 1 or 3 figures. Because really, it's like if if I'm like replacing, if I'm like say, okay, out of all of my G1s, there's figures I'm missing. I'm looking towards all of those figures I'm missing. So not just
give them a name.
Not just 1 to 3.
I know, but give him a name because right now he's smashing his head against the wall.
Okay, the horror cons.
Give him which top 3 right now out of your G1.
I don't have a top 3
that you want, and if you saw that first, you're like, okay, I'm getting this one.
That's the thing. I don't have a top 3. If I came across one and I'm like, oh, I don't have that one, then I would get it. There isn't a top 3 of like.
So what about if there's 5 of them? You only take 3 of them. Out of those 5, which 3 would you take?
That's
Is that better, D?
okay. So if there were 5, that I'm missing,
and you only have 3 of them, what will the 3 be?
well, let me think of which 5 I'm missing. It's one of those questions of it's what happens when you're there at the moment, because I could say, okay, I don't have Chrome Dome, I don't have I forgot the helicopter's name. What's the helicopter of the headmasters?
Shit, I know which one you're talking about. Whatever, who cares?
Yeah. Okay. So out of all of the headmasters, I've brainstormed. So say if I didn't have the tank, the car, and the helicopter, and I came across those 3, I would get those 3. Yeah, Brainstorm's the green jet, but then there was the blue helicopter. I didn't have him. I didn't have Chrome Dome the car, and I can't remember the tank's name. The green and black tank. So if I came across those 3, I would buy those 3 to complete the set. But then say if I ran across 2 of them, and then say one of the like a Computron, I'd get those 2 and then the Computron. But there really isn't I don't have a list of these are the 3 I have to get, I must get, not like when you see in the groups and it's like, oh, Thrust or whatever is coming out, so it's like I have to get this one to replace whichever.
Hold on, I got my daughter again.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, I do know what I'm missing. The list is too big, so it's not a. That's the problem. It's a big list to just pick 3 out of that big list. If there was, say, maybe only 10 or 20 that I was missing, I'd say, okay, here's maybe the top 3 or 4 or 5 out of those 10 or 20. But wait,
he's laying it to you, man.
Because I don't in a sense, he's not understanding what I'm saying. Because if there's like 500 out of a collection, but you only have 250 of them, you don't really have a top 3. In a sense, eventually you want to get the whole other 250. It's not like, well, I was missing 20. What are my top 3 out of 20? If you're missing 250, it's whatever you come across. You see a deal on eBay, gonna get it. You see a deal in a store, gonna get it.
I get it. I hear you. Mm-hmm. But just because you know how D is very fixated. So, no, dude. Yes, you do.
I don't. Yeah, I honestly don't. It's funny.
Jumping on. I want D jumping on. Okay.
Being a G1 fan since '84, I'm not that guy where it's just here, I don't have Metroplex, but at no point in time am I ever said I have to get Metroplex. If I get him, I get him. If I don't, I don't. That's just how I am. I don't have Triptychon. If I get him, I get him. If I don't, I don't. So he's not the holy grail of a collection.
Okay, so you know what? Okay, there's a word that you just used, the holy grail.
Mm-hmm.
How about this, D? Mikey, what is your holy grail then?
Of G1 Transformers?
Yes.
I don't have one.
That's have a holy grail at all.
That's exactly why I can't.
Or do you have it already? Because you know what? Maybe that's why you can't answer this question, because maybe you do have the holy grail already that you always wanted.
Well, and that's the funny thing in terms of always wanted. I'm other than what happened a few years ago, my collection was bigger than most other people's collections. So when people are like, I need Predaking, and it's like, I've already had Predaking. So he's not my holy grail. I've already had him. Or people are like, I want this Omega Supreme. I've already had Omega Supreme. So, unlike now where some people would be like, oh, I wasn't able to get Predaking in 85. I had him in 85, or is this like, I wasn't able to get this and that, and hopefully I can get him again one day. I already had him. So I don't have that holy grail attachment to certain characters. Just like the Protect the Bot gift set, whereas like I've seen people in the comics and they're like, oh, I would love to get the gift set, and it's like I've never seen it. And I'm like, I've already had it. So I don't have that connection. It'd be nice.
My holy grail for G1, let's just say, was Shockwave.
And that's the thing. I had Shockwave from what grade? I think from grade 6. Yeah. So that's why to me,
you had it for?
I still have them. So I've had Shockwave for I think almost like 40 years now. So that's why to me, like exactly as you said, you would love to have Shockwave because you probably never had him or anything. I've had Shockwave for 40 years.
No, what I mean by my holy grail is Shockwave, and I say that purposely because when I saw him in the cartoons and especially in the comic book, more the comic book than the cartoon, right?
Yes, yeah. Shockwave in the comic book was that Shockwave. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I really like that Shockwave, right? So when I saw Shockwave in a sense, right, and I saved up all my money, from collecting all these, Coke bottles.
Yep.
I was like, man, I could finally get this guy. And that was like my holy grail. And I have him, right? And so going back to you in a sense of, and I can't answer that question properly, like how D wants, right? The fact that, that I have him now for that long, I have my holy grail. Anything else is, it's, I'll grab them. I'll take this. I'll take that. No problem.
Exactly.
It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. It's 10, 20, 30, 100, whatever it is. And I get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that's the question. And that's why I'm kind of phrasing it that way. Like, do you have your holy grail now? Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked it that. Like, that's why I rephrased the question that way. Right.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where the disconnect was, where it's like not understanding what he's answering and then me not giving him the right answer. In a sense, it's like, what others look for as that holy grail, I've already had it before people even deemed it as a holy grail.
Okay, so here's another question then for you. I'm trying to help you out here, D. Do you have a combiner that is not fully completed? I'll give you a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
I have.
Oh gosh. Sorry, it's just how it came up on a link.
Oh, it came out on a link? Okay.
Yeah, let me hide that. That just looks too funny.
All right. I'll give you an example. Okay, so I have my Mentor is not completed.
Mm.
Okay. So I'm missing. Who am I missing? I got the 2 sports car. I got the race car.
Mm. I was gonna say they're all sports cars.
No, but I got the 2 feet.
Okay.
Right. I got the race car. Right. That looks like Mirage.
Yep.
Yeah. But I'm missing the other arm and Mortar Master.
Okay.
Right. And so, to answer D's question originally, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be like maybe the 2 that I'm looking for right there, right?
Right.
Well, and I will mention those 2 names in a sense, like so I can complete Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have that problem. Like for me, I don't care for that. I care more of those 2 that I was saying before, like the Unicron and Primus.
Right.
Those 2 are like my must that I want, right? And going in the future, if they ever, I'm just repeating myself here, and I know D's going nuts. What's called the Primus and then the Justice League, right? Like that's why I answered his question that way, right? I'm trying to help you out here, man. So you can finally feel better now that you answered his question. But I get you. I get you. What's he saying now? So I think we're gonna talk about a little bit of the other chat groups and Facebook.
Yeah. I mean, just before we jump on that, like I was just gonna say exactly as you're saying. And like if like any combiners missing any parts, and like none of my combiners are missing anything. So that's where I sit with that's where I sit with that, where it's just like, well, if I only had like half of Superion, my holy grail is to get the rest of him. But I already had all of him.
Yeah.
So and it's like I'm not really searching. I had all of Defensor, but I didn't have Computron. So Computron, it'd be cool to have, but then I also didn't have Abominus. So he would be cool to have. But then again, I didn't have Metroplex or Triptychon. So those are certain ones, I'd like to get, but whatever, if it comes along, it comes along. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but that's funny.
What you say now?
Okay.
So are we going back to He-Man again? Are we gonna touch a bit? Are we gonna touch a bit about He-Man? Or
I haven't watched the He-Man yet. I was gonna jump on what you were gonna say about the different groups. No, let's not go down there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, what other groups?
Sorry, I was just thinking about He-Man. Sorry. Okay.
Well, I'd say D is a. Wait, hold on. What? Okay, I want all the shoes or none at all. I refuse to tell you the pair that I want. But you've got to understand, if you're in the position where it's like you've already had the majority of the shoes in the store, then you're not really. It's not really. It's not the same as someone walking in the store and be like, "Ooh, I've never had any of these shoes before. Look at this selection." And it's like, or in a sense, I want a pair of Jordans. Like, I have to have a pair of Jordans. But if you've already owned a pair, everything else underneath is like, well, then there's Ewings. They're not quite Jordans. Then there's these. They're not quite Jordans. Yeah.
Let's just drop it because you know what's going to end up happening?
Mm-hmm.
D's kind of like pulling my string in the background. And I'm not going to give up asking you questions because I'm digging deep into my inner D.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's
trying to get a proper
different angle. Yeah,
it gets your answer out of you.
It's from a different angle. Like everyone sees. I see it from a different angle. So I'm not the best person to ask that question.
Okay, so my last D question here then. Forget about G1 then. Did you get any? Or were you planning to get any of the Netflix Transformers? You have no interest at all?
No, I haven't had the interest in it. And that's the thing. Honestly, I would say out of all the third parties, the reissues, the generations, the Netflix series, like all the things that have come out in say the last 10, 15 years, all of them have looked like very impressive. And a lot of them are things we wish we would have had back in '84. Yeah. But I've not had an interest of wanting to buy them. Like I'm cool with my characters from '84. So it's funny when everyone is fighting. Like I've seen so many arguments and stuff over the Thrust that came out, I think like some months ago.
What happened to Carnell?
Sorry?
What happened to Carnell?
Wait, wow.
No
one else would get that reference. No one else would get that reference.
Okay, so you're
mm-hmm.
So am I safe to say you're like a G1 purist then?
I would say that. Because and again, it's that thing because as I was saying, like everyone was like arguing, debating, searching for the Thrust scalping each other and all these different conversations. And like, but I've already have thrust since '85. I don't have that feeling or reason or connection. And funny enough, a lot of people would rather my thrust than the one that came out. But so I don't have a feel towards any of the new stuff that's out there. But they do look super impressive. They look impressive.
No, I hear you. So like for example, okay, see, D, you're beating me to the punch here.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to the Netflix, right? When they were on Siege, right? They basically were like the original forms of the G1 Transformers on Cybertron. So like episode 1, right?
Right.
And especially like the Seekers, let's just say, because you're mentioning thrust, right?
Right.
Would you not want to pick up a couple of those? What's it called? Battlestar Galactica.
Like the original Seekers.
Yeah,
like from their Cybertronium mold.
Yeah, would you not want to pick up some of those? They kind of give it that G1 completion kind of feel to it.
Well, and that's the thing. If I really were to put my mindset into it and say, okay, I'm going to get these Seekers, does any of the lines have do any of the lines have the Cybertron Wheeljack, Cybertron Bumblebee, Cybertron Seekers, and Cybertron Soundwave?
The third parties will have that.
Okay.
I think MP will have that as well too. But I'm just talking about like Siege. They have, a lot of people would rather have my thrust. I'm talking about. I'd rather have a Northern Touch D. So,
I think that's going down so many different. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like, I'm trying to help out D here, but the whole point, like, would you want to collect, let's just say, those Netflix Siege Cybertronian?
I mean, honestly, it'd be cool to have, but it's not a. Like, if I had $1 million, I still wouldn't have the urge to get them. I would almost backtrack and find all my missing G1s and replace those before even getting the Cybertronian Seekers.
Oh, but let's just say you had all the G1s already, right? Like, remember you said you're a G1 purist, right?
Then at that point, then if there's that feeling there to get these newer characters, then for sure. I've not had that feeling. So
I'll give an example, right? Because I have like the original Jetfire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Netflix, Jetfire, it's pretty spot on to the G1 Jetfire, right?
Yes.
So I will probably want to get him, and in my collection stand. Let's just say I have the G1 Purist. I will have the original Jetfire, and then have that one behind it.
Mm-hmm.
You get my point, right? So you have that cartoon accuracy,
right,
in your collection, right, to a certain degree, right? So, would you consider doing something like that? And if so, which ones would you start then?
And then there we go again. There's that.
I'm trying to help you here, man.
No, and that goes back to that other question again. If I had all of the G1 characters, and it's like, well, now I'm getting the newer form of them. I would want to get all of the G1 newer forms so basically, if there were like say 400 G1s in total, I would want to get 400 of the newer versions, to complement them in total. So it wouldn't just be, well, now let me get the newer Optimus, newer Megatron, newer Jetfire. I want all of them. Like I would want the the newer Hoist and Grapple, like those look impressive.
Yeah.
And I think I don't remember if they release Skids or if that's more of a third party. Because Skids, it's overlooked. Want to get him as well. And then Ratchet and Ironhide, Wheeljack. So it's like I would want to get all of the characters. because then it just feels odd getting like when I see certain lines they release like, well, here's a certain handful, but you're missing but they didn't release this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, then why wasn't that one released? I would want to get that one.
So there goes your $1 million right there.
Yeah. But I mean, if they didn't even create that one, you can't even get it.
You are killing the audience. Move on. Click the link I sent in our chat. Share it on screen. It's worse.
Okay, there we go. So now he's
Oh, this guy here. These are two good buddies here having a conversation. Okay, D.
Okay, so I see the shockwave that he sent. So what is the question? I'm going to share this in a second.
Oh, my hair! I gotta cut my COVID hair.
Okay, let me see if it is there. All right, there we go.
That's a reissue for $84.99. No, it's not worth the price. If that was an original, yeah. But for a reissue?
Well, I guess the question is, was that a reissue that came out in like 2000s? Because it's basically the exact same mold as the original.
I'd rather get the original. Like, okay, worst case scenario, if I have to get the reissue because that's the only way I can have it, then yeah. Now, would I the price on it? I'm frugal, so I probably like contact that person and try to bid them down. But if the heart's what the hearts want, I'll probably buy it then. See, well, it's you know what to really answer D's question, and I know he's probably going nuts right now again.
Oh, okay. Well, he said it's not a reissue. It is a knockoff. What's funny is in some of the groups, and I mean, yeah, tying it within the topic of the of the different groups. Even if something is a knockoff and it uses the exact same mold, same color schemes and everything, and on the shelf, it looks exactly as if you bought it from 1984. It's not a question of like the value of it. It's in a sense the value isn't monetary. Like if someone's like, well, I could either try to track down a wheeljack that from 84 that I never had, and I can't find them. Someone has a knockoff of the exact looking wheeljack. I'm going to buy it and put it on the shelf because on the shelf, to me, he looks exactly like 84. That's my value in it. I might know he's a knockoff. Someone else coming looking at the shelf might not even know what wheeljack is, but it's just that feeling of like replacing that missing character. In terms of how much they're selling it for, that's a whole other question.
Oh yeah. To answer these questions directly, would I pay for that? No. I'd rather take that $84.99 and go to TF Con and see if I can get myself an original.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a knockoff for that price, then no.
You guys have never looked at all the G1? No, I haven't. Good. Look, quality is key. See, and that's true. I wouldn't seriously. I would take that. Okay, if I convert it into to Canadian, like I said, I'll go to TF Con and see if I can get myself what's called an actual 84. Now, if I cannot come across at all, again, I'll go to TF Con, take that money and buy from one of the sellers there.
Well,
a little bit because I'm a little cheap like that, and knowing that that's not a knockoff, but at least even if it's a reissue, that's great. If not, then I'd rather get the original.
Well, but funny, I could counter argue that because
hold on, Mikey, I gotta go deal with a problem. I mean, continue. I just gotta deal with. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, let me answer it to. Well, I guess I can't answer it in since now that Mike has stepped away for a second. But yeah, it's okay. Not only does it look awesome on in the shelf and awesome in a box on the shelf, but you open these eyes, put stickers on it, and you'll experience a nostalgia at 11:10. Okay, so first I would say, Joseph, thank you for watching. Quality is key, and it's a question in terms of the quality of the knockoff, because I mean there are some KOs out there that it's basically the exact same mold, the exact same plastic, same metal, so there isn't there like there's zero differences between them, but there are some out there like you could tell they were made they were cheaply done, but yet somehow on the shelf, and actually to a true Transformers eye or collector on the shelf, in the end, you could see the difference. It's not quite the same, but there are some knockoffs. They're identical. So really, it's if I can't find the original, but I'm getting an identical knockoff, that's yeah, as if they are exactly identical, it's like if I can't get the original for say $100, but I can get the knockoff for $40, I'll buy the knockoff on my shelf. It's exactly the feeling I would have had in 84, 85, 86. That's but I don't have I wouldn't have any issues with that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so as I was saying with, or actually one point I was gonna say maybe before you left is, as you were saying, you would buy the character from the independent seller at the convention.
Yep.
Now the funny thing is, and I mean it almost goes against the independent seller in a sense, and it's like I'm not trying to go against them. But say someone sold the knockoff for whatever price that's less than what the independent seller is selling it. I'm going with the lesser price. Only in a sense that going to the convention, like they're going to mark the price up because they have to make their profit on it as well.
Yeah, but there's always room for negotiation because you got to remember something with these guys. Let's just say they know the thing's worth $100,
Right.
right? And they're gonna want 150. So they're gonna say, okay, they're gonna put the price at 175, and so you guys can haggle to 150.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you got a bargain, and at the end of the day, he got what he wanted, right?
But and are we speaking a knockoff or an original?
I'm talking about original. I wouldn't buy a knockoff. The reason why I wouldn't buy, like, the only way that I would buy a knockoff if I exhausted all avenues,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well, but that's exactly it.
Yeah, but I exhausted all avenue, and I really want to complete my collection.
Mm-hmm.
That's for me, and I'm the only one that knows it's a knockoff. Okay, that's fine because I want to complete my collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I'm looking at it as an investment to a certain degree,
Mm-hmm.
because eventually, somewhere down that line, I'm going to sell that collection, right? And I don't want to be stuck with something that someone's going to say to me, buddy, that's a knockoff. Where are you going? I'm not buying
Right.
it, right? So it gets to the point where you know what you were saying before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what we said, earlier in our conversation, when do you buy? When do you when do you start and stop and sell your collection, right? So if I'm gonna have a collection, I don't want a knockoff in my collection. I'm gonna want an original,
Well,
or at least a reissue by
mm-hmm.
Hasbro, right? So at least there is some value to it. So I'm not gonna go buy a knockoff. I'm not gonna go buy a Louis Vuitton knockoff and try to sell that later on, and then that person laughs at me.
Well, but that's the funny thing, and that's where earlier I was saying, like Calvin is in one of the collectors group. It
Yeah.
really depends on the collector sense of it, because I mean, a lot of like you, like myself, you, and ND, when we initially bought Transformers back in 84, 85, 86, we weren't thinking of them as from the collector's mindset. Like we're little children buying them as toys.
It's
As we
different
grew,
now.
sorry,
It's different now, Mikey, because the game have changed,
but that's the
right?
thing. The game changed. I didn't change with the game because
What you're trying to say, don't hate the player, hate the game.
that's exactly it. Because a lot of players in the game, like some people will come in the room and be like, I'm a collector, and I collect like these G1 characters, and people will question them, and it's like, why are you collecting this? And the answers are kind of are interesting, because someone will say, well, I'm collecting it because I want to resell it, or some will say, I don't know why I'm collecting it. The thing is, between like if I'm a collector, my reason of collecting certain 80 like 8 original characters, I'm it's the nostalgia, as Dee mentioned earlier. I'm just recreating that feeling. Like if I track down an Omega Supreme right now, I'm recreating that feeling that I had, getting Omega Supreme in 85 for Christmas. The resale value, I don't care. I'm not interested in the resale value if,
Yeah,
like,
because you would never sell.
20,
Yeah, but you would never sell your collection then.
right. And that's
Okay.
the thing. 20, 30 years from now, I may pass it down to my children. I may give it away to someone that I'm not interested in selling, or I may sell whatever I get from it. That's what I get. I'm not going to be like, well, this Omega's from 84,
Yeah.
so I have to get at least $800. Whatever I get from it, I get from it. I don't have that monetary connection to it. I'll just be like, well, I know I've had this Omega for 40, 50 years. Now it's time to move on. Whatever I
No, I'm
get, that's
smiling,
it.
right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm smiling. So like when you're ready to get rid of your G1, I'll buy it off of you for $20.
You know what's funny? That's exactly how I got some of my collection initially.
No, I'm thinking about
Because
your whole collection
mhm,
because
yeah,
right, but here's the thing. But here's the thing, right?
mhm,
And I'm glad Joseph. Can you put Joseph? Yeah. So I'll take a reissue or search your local toy store for original G1. And I
mhm,
agree with Joseph because I'm in that other mindset in a sense of I want either one of those, either or, because eventually down the road I'm gonna sell it. Am I gonna give it to my? Am I gonna give some of it to my kids? I would like to, but if he
right,
doesn't want it, he doesn't care for that'd be blasphemy in my house for that. But at the end of the day, if he has no care in the world for it, then you know what? I'd rather give it to somebody that does care in the world, and if they're willing to give me a good price, why
right,
not? And then
right.
use that money again,
Oh, and that's completely
tuition
valid.
fair,
That's
right?
completely valid. Yeah.
Right. And if I'm going to sell it, then like what Joseph said, I'm gonna want at least a reissue or a G1,
Mhm.
right? So I can get some value. Otherwise, if I'm getting all knockoffs, I just rather just throw it in the garbage because that's what I did with my money. Because no one's gonna want to buy it.
Right, and again, that's a question of are you looking to sell it back in years from now? No, it's funny that Dee mentioned they were still complete in a box, and I was
He's
thinking
getting
ahead
ahead
even
of
when I was
me.
at 10. Well, the funny thing is
He was
that
a boss baby, I guess, back when he was 10 years old. Eh?
wait,
What I
sorry.
mean by boss baby, he's the guy with a true entrepreneur back at 10 years old. And this is what I was trying to say a long time ago, right?
Mhm.
Back in '84, back in the '80s. Let's be honest. It's our generation that started this whole collection thing and put in value and money and all that kind of stuff, right?
Mhm.
Because it was I gotta have it, right? Because we never able to have it when we were small.
Right.
So we created this monster, right? And so when I was buying Transformers, as a kid, I was again because I wasn't rich, and so
Well,
I was buying a toy that gave me two figure. I mean, a figure and two vehicles.
but it's funny. I would actually
Typically,
say we didn't create that. That's a concept that's already been there. It's
not
as
really.
Well, as you
I'm
get
talking about '80s. I'm talking about, like, when we were kids, that concept wasn't there until we got older,
well
started making money,
for
and
toys.
right. And no, but the thing is, we started making money,
Hmm.
right? And now because we have a little bit of scratch, we're like, hey,
But
I, I remember that Optimus Prime.
that's exactly why I said we didn't create that. Maybe for Transformers, but I know one guy where I was living before. He rebuilt his garage, so he actually has like a mechanic's hoist and garage in his garage.
Yeah.
He's rebuilding like a Thunderbird from like whatever, I think
Oh shit,
like
that was my
early
first car.
70s. Sorry?
That was my first car, a Thunderbird.
Nice, but see, that's exactly it. He's
'84.
rebuilding an early Thunderbird because he couldn't afford it when he was younger.
Yeah.
Now that he's a mechanic and he has the money, he's bought whatever parts and rebuilt it to get back
Okay.
that nostalgia that he couldn't buy when he was younger.
I agree and I understand what you're saying, right? Now going back to even what Joseph said to a certain degree.
Hmm.
If I'm building, I'm sure it's a '50s two-seater Thunderbird that he's doing, right?
Um, no, it's one of the. It's sorry. Say that again. Which one?
It's probably either in the '50s or '60s, the two-seater Thunderbirds, because those were the popular ones.
No, the one he's building is like the classic Burt Reynolds one, like from like the
No,
70s.
you're talking about Trans Am, not a Thunderbird.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. So a Trans Am, like he's
Yeah.
rebuilding a Trans Am. So I mean,
Okay.
maybe in the 70s he couldn't afford it.
Right.
He
So
can
so
fully
that
afford it
Trans
now.
Am, right. So I'm sure he's getting like original or reissue parts for that vehicle. He's not going to buy knockoff parts because in the future he's going to sell that car and he's going to want some of that money,
Back.
back from the time that he spent working on that car,
Right.
right? Because if he
What?
gets a whole bunch of knockoffs and puts it on there
Hmm.
and he tries to sell it to me, let's just say, because I know about cars, I'll laugh in his face. I'll walk away,
Right. Yeah. I mean,
right?
there are certain things. There are certain things. The value does come in terms of what you're investing into it. But then he also has a son. Who's to
Yeah.
say, like and his son is around like my daughter's age.
Yeah.
So who's to say around 3, 4, 5 years from now, like when he's finished building it, he's relived those 70s that he didn't have.
Yeah.
Who's to say he just doesn't pass that down to his son and be like, hey son, here's a 70s, here's a 70s Firebird
Yeah.
as
As
your
long as it's
first
not a
car,
knockoff.
because he has like a really nice truck. So it's like he loves his truck, but he could easily just give that car away to his son
You
when
know
it's
what?
time for him to drive.
I get what you're saying, but he wouldn't give his son a knockoff. I'll tell you that.
No,
Like
that's
I personally wouldn't do that myself to my son.
But it's funny in terms of mechanics. Certain mechanics will say certain things and be like, you know what? I could get this GM part for $800, or I can get this other the exact same part for $400. It came from the exact same manufacturer, but because they stamped GM on it, people who don't know are paying
Yeah,
800. I paid 400. It's the
yeah,
exact same part.
but that's another discussion, right? But
Right.
not that I'm trying to cut it off because I want to answer Joseph because he's been up so far with us.
Yes.
Do you display box or out of the box? That's a good question.
And it's funny. It's because D had another question here. It's Joseph's question will lead into D's question, which will lead into my answer. But
Okay, but
how would you answer this?
Okay, but let's do the box one first. Okay,
Okay.
and the reason why I say that's a good question, and I'll tell you why.
Hmm.
So my Transformer Prime Optimus First Edition, I bought that for $29.99,
Okay.
and the last time I saw Worth in a box, mint condition, like over $100,
Okay.
right? So I already made 70. Let's just say $100, sake of argument. So I made $70 on it already,
Already up in value.
right? Because it's been conditioned in box.
Mm.
So to answer Joseph's question, certain ones I will keep in box.
Hmm.
and leave that in my display because I know there's going to be a value to that, right? As a kid, we didn't know about that.
That's where my
That goes back to D's
yeah.
answer. Oh, but I knew that. I was doing that at 10 years old,
And
right?
that's where I'm going with it. Whereas like now knowing the value of everything, and it's
Yeah.
like, well, if I'm buying a Transformers Prime character, I may leave it in the box, and who knows how much it will be worth years from now.
Mm.
If I'm getting a G1 character, I'm taking him out the box and putting him on the shelf. I may not put the stickers on him, but I want him on the shelf because for 40
so
years,
box,
that's what I'm used to. Now I'll keep the box.
Okay.
Now I would keep the box. That's whereas like 40 years ago, we didn't keep the box.
Right.
Maybe for like a month or two, and then it disappeared.
I never kept the box. So that thing went in the garbage, right? But but the thing is, going back to Joseph then.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would do in that particular case, I would have my figure outside of the box, right? But I would have the box behind it.
Mm.
And then I will open everything up with an X-Acto knife, and then I can put the tape back on.
That's a lot of real estate, though. Like, have you seen some pictures when it comes to displaying the? Because I mean, one box is at least 4 or 5 characters.
Right. Like I'm not upstairs to show you my Optimus Prime Transformer one. You know, that's like in a slim. It's like if you see it, it's like mostly on a see-through casing, plastic casing, and then after that you see Prime, and then on the bottom part, that's where all the writing is, right? And that actually looks pretty good in its case in a display.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would do something like that, Joseph. If I went to a TFCon, some of the Transformers that I may end up buying, they're in a Ziploc bag. Obviously, I'm going to display without the box, right? Because it didn't come with the box.
But I mean, it's funny, like going with like the original, like say original Inferno, like or even Blaster. Like I remember getting those in the store. But it's like the width of the Inferno box. That's you could display like Inferno and Grapple, just for that one box. But it's like, well, now you're doing 2 boxes. Like you've taken up space of at least 5 or 6 characters. That could be displayed.
Going back to Joseph, I do have a lot of characters in a box. Like there's one generation again of Cyclonus and Rodimus Prime that came in one box, and that's actually a pretty cool display. Can you go back to his other question about the thrift store?
Right. Yeah, we didn't answer that one.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I got most of my toys from Kmart or thrift stores. Joseph, thrift stores right now are like one of the best places to find Transformer collections. Depending on what area you're in as well too. I don't know, like if you're in the States or in Canada. So we have one of the famous one is Value Village, and depending on what area, Value Village. Like for example, like if you're by the beaches on Queen Street, the Value Village over there, they have some really good. Sometimes they really have some good stuff in there, and I have a buddy of mine that goes in there once in a while, and he actually finds some pretty good G1 figures in there.
Because the thrift stores relate to the area in which they're in. Because beaches area, you're going to have a lot of I wouldn't say quote unquote rich, but don't quote
it. It's you have a lot of rich people that live on the beaches. They want to get rid of their stuff. Some of their stuff is, could be Transformers in there because they have their kids, because they get everything for their kids. And they're like, we don't want it no more. Okay, fine, we'll bring it to the Value Village.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, let's speak the truth, man. Let's not sugarcoat it, right?
Whereas like in the lower areas, the stuff you see in the thrift store, like you're not seeing. You're going to see like the broken no-name stuff. Whereas like in the better area, it's funny. It's like people who work in appliances, like garbage collectors. It's the exact same thing. It's like we stroll through the rich area, like one singer we used to work with, when he used to deliver appliances. When he delivered a new one, the owners would give us the old one, and then be like, "Well, what's wrong with this one?" Nothing. I just felt like upgrading. I'm like, it's a perfectly brand new appliance. They just wanted to upgrade to a bigger one. But in another area, the old the old fridge is actually an old fridge. Like you just want to kick it over and you can't do anything with it.
So here's a tip. So if you are a collector and like you're one of those toy hunters for like those rare ones, go to a thrift store
Mm-hmm.
and especially in the rich areas, and you never know what you find, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kmart, Joseph, they used to be Kmart in Canada, but we're talking about way back, right? Didn't
Actually
last
worked
long.
in a Kmart. It's like just near the end of high school.
There you go, right? For us, when we were kids collecting Transformers, were either Towers. They had a really great toy selection. That was our babysitter center.
Hudson Bay and Consumers Distributing.
Yep, yep.
That
And
Consumers was my Omega Supreme in a defense or a gift set.
yeah, and then you had Grand and Toy.
They actually sold toys.
Not Grand and Toy, the office supply store, but Grand and Toy. It was like a rival to. It was a Canadian version to Toys R Us.
Okay, I only knew the office supply stores.
Yeah, it was the biggest one. Okay, you know where 401 and Western Road, that corner where
Yes.
all the okay.
Yeah, it's like
So
Future Shop and like the
yeah,
Knob Hill Farm and everything was there.
right. So in there used to be a huge Grand and Toy at one point, and their logo, their mascot was a panda bear. So I don't know if that rings a bell. And that was like the main competitor to Toys R Us. But then Toys R Us,
Okay.
they got money, man. You can't compete with an American company like that. So, and then now it's Toys R Us and Walmart.
Funny, I
Oh,
never
and
knew that.
Zellers
Because
used to be another place too.
yeah,
For the
Zellers.
Transformers. Yeah.
Because it's funny. I mean, back then there was only the one Toys R Us that I knew of. Which I think that location is still there, like by Steeles and Young. And it's
Yeah.
like almost everyone that we grew up with, if they were looking for toys, video games, or anything, they all went to that same location on Steeles. So it's only years later. Now there's like multiple locations.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we got majority our Transformers. And again, the ones that I got majority were like the little ones, like the Bumblebee, the Cliff Jumpers,
Mm-hmm.
right? Those
Yeah, I got.
were those were like, and that's why going back to what I was saying before about the legends. That's the reason why I got those legend ones because it reminded me of when I was a kid buying the
Oh,
small,
okay.
Bumblebee, Cliff Jumpers, and Gears and all that kind of stuff, right? So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um,
It's funny for me. Yeah, between Towers, I remember getting all the Combaticons from Towers, and then friends that just kind of grew out of Transformers. Like one of our friend, he had quite a handful, and I bought all of his. Um, you know, the Hudson Bay, like I got a bunch from them. So like that's when I was able to build up like my collection then from like part-time jobs and stuff. But yeah, it's funny, they were expensive, but it's one of those things where I think the average new like character back then was like between $15 to $20. Yeah, because actually I got my blaster at Yorkdale, and I think at the time he was only, I think, like $15 or $16. So
yeah,
it
but
was
15,
fun.
$16 was a lot of money back then.
No, yeah, it is. It is still because I think I was only in grade. What grade was I in? I think either 9 or 10. No, not even then. I think grade 7 or 8 when I
Yeah.
bought Blaster. Yeah, probably grade 7 since he came out like 85 or somewhere around that time. But what's funny is when Blaster was reissued, I think last year, the year before, for like $10 or $12, and everyone was rushing. And again, it goes back to that Holy Grail question, and it's like everyone is flooding every forum and every store, running around looking for this blaster for like $10, and like, but I bought him for like, I bought the exact same thing back in '85 for the exact same price. So it's cool they're selling it again for the exact same price almost 40 years later. Whereas like anywhere else,
I
like,
didn't know about that.
oh, it was huge. Every I think Walmart was selling it, and I think he was only maybe like $9 or $10 US, and it was to the point that like some people were taking pictures in their shopping cart and saying like, I just bought like 20 blasters. And again, it's that whole, but here's the thing, it's that whole distribution thing, because my Walmart might have 20 blasters, your Walmart has 0 of them. So what am I going to do? I'll buy 20 of them, but hey, I know you can't buy one. Let me send one to you for like $21. All you're paying is for my shipping. I don't understand why the distribution channels are like that. And again, it's like, hey, one of my friends over here, he can't buy it. I'll send it to you for the same price. Just pay me for the shipping. But then you've got the scalpers, and it's like, well, I know you don't have any blasters in your city. I'll sell it to you for like $800. And I think in one Walmart, they got to the point of, because it was a clearance, some people were getting, I think, for like $5 or $6, the identical 1985 blaster. And it was just funny.
Yeah, you see,
and it's not a knockoff. It's an identical 85.
Yeah. But going back to what you were saying about like, why they have it here and they don't have it there. I don't know. It's weird because when I went to the States a few years ago to go see my cousins for New Year's, we had like a little reunion there. I noticed that they have some Transformers there that I wanted.
Okay.
And I was going nuts looking here in Toronto, everywhere, and they didn't have any. And I started to notice that they had things that we didn't have, so I had to pick up some of that stuff, right? And I never understood why. I don't know if they did that because they think there's more of a demand over here for this particular transformer than another location. I don't know. I always found that weird. But then again, look what happens. One Walmart doesn't have, the one down the street has it. You buy 20 of them. Now you can't buy anything. Hey, now I'm going to make a profit off of you, right?
Well, cross-border distribution has always been an issue. Because funny enough, Dee showed me a picture of like us hanging out like back in the 90s, and I had this white Nike winter jacket that I got in Detroit. I've never seen that jacket ever in Toronto, and anytime when I came back, everyone's like, "Where did you get that jacket?" In Detroit. They don't sell it in Canada. And then the same thing when we went looking for shoes. There was a wall of shoes that I'm like, wow, like I've never seen any of these selection in Toronto. And here's the joke. The same shoes they're selling in Toronto for like 120, Detroit had them for like 40, an entire wall of them. And I'm like, I got like 2 or 3 of them, came back, and people are like, where'd you find those shoes? In Detroit. They never sell it in Toronto. So the same thing with the Transformers. Certain ones they sell in the States, they don't sell here. But then the problem is, in the States are having the exact same issue. Whereas like people in New York are like, I can't find this hoist, but then everyone in New Mexico has like 600 copies of him. I can't find this version of Thrust in Texas, but then in Los Angeles, there's 500 of him on the shelf. What's the reason for that? There's no reason for it.
Everybody's on the Thrust thing. So Damon here goes, Orlati, you're overlooking the personal value spend is mentioned. The KO in the box can display it on your wall and give you those feelings. I'm not denying that. I said that before already. KO, of course, is not about resale value, but MSIB Shockwave from the 80s is going to cost you 800 at least, not 80. I didn't. How do I say this? I don't know if I said it correctly or not. I'm not saying the knockoffs or the KOs. Let's just say I'd rather try to find a reissue or an original because of the value that I'm going to have of reselling. Because eventually I know I'm going to have to resell these things, right? I mean, these Transformers, sorry. But again, if I'm just slowly collecting for myself and I'm never going to sell this stuff, okay, and I want to finish a collection and it's driving me nuts finding this one specific character that I'm looking for, if I have to go the KO route, then I will, right? So I know I'm answering your question two different ways. I'm not giving you a straight answer. But like I said, for me, I would rather have the original or the reissue for resale purposes later down. So Joseph, my original G1s from childhood and secondhand finger that I acquired to fill the collections are of course out of the box. But since I completed my G1 collection years ago, I have in recent years started building an inbox collection of G1s. They are a mix of secondhand G1s used, but with a box for giving or whatever. Okay, along with the recent Walmart reissues and some of these Chinese KOs to fill out the inbox collection. Hey, again, I got
Mhm.
no, um, I got no issues with having things in the box because for me, again, I have Transformers that are in a box and I love to display them in the box.
Yeah, and I mean it's
But I have selfish reasons, but there's selfish reasons why I have them in the box because I know down the line when I do sell them, I'm gonna make a little bit more.
and that's the
Right?
funny thing. It's one of those things. There's no wrong answer, and I mean also with us being older, we see things differently. Where it's
Yeah.
like if I could buy two or three, like I've made the joke, if I could buy two, three, four, five versions, or sorry, if you had you'll see those memes. If you had the chance to go back to like the '80s, what would you do? But when I'd invest in Google and Apple. Two, I would buy like four or five of like every G1 that was out at that time,
Yeah, but it's all
put some on
hindsight
the
right there.
shelf, and then put four or five in a box and just seal them away. Plastic wrap sealed away in a box, never
Yeah.
touched them. But that's
That's hindsight.
but again, it's like I still want one out of the box on the shelf because there's that nostalgia to it. But knowing the value of it, I want a few in a box sealed away. But
Yeah.
again, if you can't find that, like you said, if you can't find that one character and there's like a knockoff that's identical, so be it. Like on the shelf, if it fills the collection as opposed to like, oh, I'm missing this one and it's bothering me, fill that
So
collection.
again, I wish. So I have some collection in the box. So and the proof is in the pudding. And when I say this is because if I was able to have access to it right now, I
Mhm.
would have pulled up my Skywarp KO figure.
Okay.
Okay. And the reason why I had bought that Skywarp KO figure, because originally I wanted to complete my Seeker
Mm.
collection.
Mhm.
Um, so I have an import from Takara Starscream, and these are the generation lines kind of thing, right?
Okay.
And the generation lines thrust, basically the cone heads came out.
Right.
So
Right.
thrust, dirge, and ramjet came out, right? Thundercracker came out
Okay.
as well. That's it. And I'm
Right.
saying to myself, I gotta complete this particular line, right? Like
Right. Right.
these figures, right? And so there was a Starscream Takara one. I forgot which line that was, but it's a Saxene figure, and I bought that, right? And then I was looking for the Skywarp one, and
Mhm.
it was driving me nuts. It was literally driving me nuts because I had to. It came either in a box set with Ultra Magnus,
Right.
but the white version one, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't want the box set one. I
Right.
just want him, right? And
Right.
so I ended up buying the Skywarp knockoff one from China,
Okay.
right? So I can say I completed this, right?
Now,
So that answer your KO that answers the KO question, doesn't it? Right?
now the question is, like when you got him in terms of quality and everything, how's the quality between the actual one and the knockoff? Like,
Mhm.
is there any
No,
noticeable differences?
no, there's no differences at all. The only
Okay.
difference is the box, and I still have it. Like I have all those figures in a box, right?
Right. Right.
Or
Right.
in their packaging, right? But like I said, the Thundercracker one, and I
Mhm.
don't. I'm on my laptop. I wish I had my second screen here, right?
Right.
Because I would have pulled it up and show you that particular Skywarp. Like I said, came in a box set with Ultra Magnus.
Right.
and it doesn't look right. Like I'm gonna have all these seekers and then
Right.
ultra magnets,
Right.
right? And I was like, damn, this is pissing me off, right? So, and that's why I ended up getting the KO one, right? So, you know, that's a real life that's a real life question right there, a real life scenario, right?
Well, and then now here's the funny thing on the flip side, where it's just like even the knockoff still ends up increasing the value of if you decided to sell all six seekers as a set.
Mhm.
Whereas like to anyone else, anyone else anyone who understands the seekers, you could either say, well, I've got these five seekers, and it'd be like, well, what about that? What about the sixth one? And it's like, well, here's a knockoff. Some may battle that price, but they're gonna say, well, but I too want all six seekers on my shelf. Regardless if one
Yeah.
of them is a knockoff, but I want that look of all six. I'll buy it anyways. Like it ends up being a package deal. But if you sell each one individually, then of course, that one isn't going to be as valued. But
No,
as a
but
package,
I probably keep
they'll
it
take all
pretty big.
six.
Yeah,
Sorry?
like I'll probably keep that one that's because I always like Skywarp. I always like those colors, like the black and
Mm-hmm.
purple, right? Or the black and blue. Um,
Well, actually, let's say you're welcome, Joseph. Yeah, for giving you that tip, and yes, I've seen many of stories where parents gave
yeah,
away children's toys. And it's funny within us now being the older generation and having children, we kind of understand not to do that with certain toys because they until that child says I no longer want this toy, or you can clearly tell they've outgrown it. Like there's a few that we've stored away that they don't know is stored away because they may want 20, 30 years from now they may want to be like, hey, whatever happened to that toy. But I mean, there's certain toys like it has a lifespan of like 2 or 3 years, and it's definitely time to toss it. It has zero value once it's done. But there's others like to hold on to it. But at the same time, the toys that even our children have are nothing like what we had as children. Like it's the value is not the same. They're completely different. Completely different.
well, I know this is a bit of a shame plug here, but for those parents
For those
that are
parents.
that are holding on to your Transformer toys,
Mhm.
if you want to get rid of it, you can always go to our classified site called Children of Primus. It's free. Post it, sell it, enjoy it.
And I've seen that in a few of the groups. Like I've seen a few people they've come across a box of Transformers, and they would say, and they would ask people in the group, and they're like, hey, I'm not usually into these toys. I just came in the group. Where can I sell them? And it's as opposed to like just giving them away or toss or even throwing them in the garbage.
Wait, hold on. They asked where could I sell them?
Yeah, this was months ago. So unfortunately,
Wait. I think I get an answer for that.
you have
I
an answer
think,
for them now.
well, I think I got it. I think there's this classified site for
And then what is it
Transformers,
called? What is it called?
and it's for toys and magazines and DVDs and whatever Transformer third party, even
Yeah,
GoBots.
and even GoBots.
Yeah,
And
it's
what's the
called
website
Children
called?
of Primus.com,
.com.
and it's for not just only for Canada, but it's also
Anyone in the
for the
U.S.
States. There you go.
Yes, with reviews on
Just want to
Mondays
mention that.
and then on Mondays and Fridays.
Oh yeah, if you're looking for some news and reviews, man, there's this guy named Carl Anthony that does a wonderful job on Mondays and Fridays. That he does a whole bunch of cool reviews and on a lot of a lot of Transformer figures. This guy is a machine.
This is true.
I think he is a Transformer in disguise, and there's more than meets the eye with this guy.
There is.
It's just my opinion, all right? But I could be wrong or I could be fooled. I don't know.
I
What
gotta
do you mean you
catch up
can't
on
do
all
this?
the comments here.
Yeah. What do you mean you can't do anything with an old fridge? You can build a gun safe, build a torture,
Oh boy, yeah, too much internet for you, sir.
build a tool chest. Why is what's going on with D? Why is he not joining? Why is he not on here?
Oh, he's not feeling well today, but
Okay.
yeah, but he is supporting us. If you already have a gun safe and a torture chamber, okay. So Canada still has Toys R Us. I miss them now. I used to go to KB Toys too. Never walked to Walmart for toys back in the day. The Toys
Yeah.
R Us here is a bit debatable because I think what is it? I think almost 7, 8 years now. There was rumor of them like shutting down completely because like I knew actually of a few children that were they had just hit their teenage years, and as parents would be like, hey, go put in an application at Toys R Us, get a job over there. But
There
around
was
that.
threats. Yeah, there
Sorry.
was threats. There actually was threats of the Toys R
Yes.
Us being shut down here as well when they originally shut down in the U.S. But a Canadian companies, I guess, saw the value in the name,
Hmm.
and they decided to buy the Toys R Us Canadian brands or the Canadian version of it, right?
Okay.
And so they bought the name or the rights. They still pay like a fee to the original owners, I guess, or the CEOs, whatever, right? To this
Right.
day, like A&W, basically, right?
Right.
And yeah, and they're still going strong here in Canada.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that aspect because every
Yeah,
time I pass by one, I'm thinking, how are they still open? Because Zellers said they were closing down. Like they're
there's
close.
one
They're
left. There's like
sorry.
one. There's like one Zeller left.
I was actually surprised to see that one Zellers in Etobicoke still
Yep.
left because
Yep.
the one close to us they closed down years ago. Which
Mhm.
actually I have a
Yes,
clip
for Target.
of finding someone had a Knight Rider car in the parking lot, and it was the funniest thing. I pulled into the Zeller's parking lot because like everything is like being sold, like they're selling everything to the point selling the actual shelves in
Mhm.
the store. But as I'm walking into the store, I'm hearing the Kit's scanner, and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, why am I hearing Kit Scanner? And I thought, okay, I'm just hearing things in my head. So I keep walking in the store and I'm hearing Kit Scanner again. And I'm looking around. This guy owns a replica kit in the
Nice.
parking lot. Yeah. And I had to walk over and then take a video of it. And I'm like, this is so cool. And he could replace the red scanner and the yellow scanner. Um, and I'm like, this is so cool. Like a replica kit. He bought everything to build it. And it was the original kit, not the Super Pursuit
Yeah.
mode with the upgrades either.
Yeah. So there's that so one original Zellers.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened when Target bought um, Zellers? They bought their properties,
Mm.
and that's the mistake that they made, and that's why Target at the end didn't survive in Canada, or especially in Ontario, right?
Yeah.
Because it still looked like a Zellers at the end of the day. They're the same
Yeah.
colors, right? Um, and other a whole bunch of other stuff because like you go into Target and you're like, oh wow, there's this great sale happening, and there's like nothing on their shelves.
Yeah, it's true.
So what you do? You go to Walmart after, right?
Yeah, it was just kind of a letdown. So after
Yeah, it
just
was a
didn't
fancy.
bother with it.
Let's be honest, Target is a fancy Walmart. That's all it is.
It is. That's all it
Okay.
was.
Um, and there's actually still a remember Byway.
Oh yeah. Byway Bargain Heralds.
Yeah, so there's still a Byway left, and there was talks of the owner of expanding Byway again, like how it was before.
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things at $10 because he wants to sell things under $10 that are good value, right? He wasn't able to do that because the dollar stores were basically killed Byway. But now, if you
Mm-hmm.
go to the dollar store, it's no longer the dollar store.
No, everything's like it's like 2, 3, 4, 5.
There you go.
Well,
And
and
so
then
now, just to finish my what I'm saying, now
mhm.
that owner is saying now this is a time for Byway to compete
Yeah.
because it's gonna be everything less than $10,
Yeah.
right? And if they come back, hey, good for them. I could bring my kids there and have them feel the same shame that I had walking into buy with that freaking ball.
Well, I mean, there is giant tigers, so it's a the thing is that they would have to really position themselves well because when Byway and Bargain Herald existed, it was
Yep.
just them. Um,
Yep.
and it was in terms of I guess in terms of the levels of stores, it's like you had Byway and Bargain Herald, then you had Towers, Zellers, then you had
That was
like
the
the
best, man.
Bay and everything else. Where it's just like now
And Miracle
because
Mart. Remember
yeah,
Miracle
that's
Mart?
I remember that. Yeah,
Miracle
so
Mart was actually like the Walmart back in those days. And between
mhm,
Towers and Miracle Mart,
yeah,
those two, especially over there, Sheridan Mall, those two and Jane and Finch Mall,
yeah,
those two were gotta give Jane and Finch some love, man. Um,
yes,
got it, man. Because Towers, I'm telling you, and you know this yourself,
hmm,
that toy section that they had.
oh yeah, oh yeah, that
Okay.
was a toy section.
Okay. And it was such, it was so cool that the fact that all the kids hang there and just
Mhm,
look at all the big display of GI Joe, Thundercats, Transformers, obviously, right?
yeah,
And we're like, and then when a mom came by, we used to say, "Okay, man, good luck.
yes,
I hope it's your turn to get something." And then once that kid used to ask her mom, "Hey, mom, can you buy me?" Two things happen: either you got slapped in the head for even bother, like even to even ask, or you got it. Let's be honest, right? So that was the cool part of Towers.
well, it's funny. It's just, that goes into like some cultural conversations where it's like some kids we just knew you don't ask questions because
Well, on certain days.
yeah, certain days, but I think what was it? Yeah, like they'll show a picture of like that kid that throws themselves on the ground and like is crying and screaming and ranting, and I'm like, no, that's we don't do that. We don't do that in our culture, and my children definitely did that. That
No,
was not that doesn't happen. That does not happen.
if any
We're not
kid,
allowed to do that.
I know, but if any kid ever attempted to do that and they did it
Back,
next to us,
yeah,
I don't know about you, man, but I used to pick that kid up and give him a slap. I went, "What are you doing? You trying to get me into trouble?"
yeah,
Because my mom or dad comes, especially my mom comes and sees you, she's gonna give it to me because she's gonna remind me not to do what you're doing,
yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
oh wait, man. Oh, we got Joseph giving Tim Warren shout out.
Yes. Let's see any more Joseph
There you go.
comments and actually, yeah, we're catching up on all the comments. So let's see.
So he
So
got what's called
actually,
the
hold on. So
blaster.
yeah, so D was saying what's where I got Prime. That's where I got He-Man, Battle Cat, and most of my enduring toy pickup memories. Oh, from consumers.
Yeah, you
Um,
see.
yeah, there was a lot of toys we got from consumers. Now it's funny when he says Blaster reissue was $30 in the U.S. It was a big thing because he was a lot less. Like that was the ongoing joke. He was the same price as he was like 30 something years ago. So maybe he might have came out as 30, but they dropped the price, and then one of them at some point even put him on clearance. So he
Yeah.
went from like 30 down to 15, down to like $5, and no one knew if it was whether it was an accidental pricing in terms of the clearance, but when people saw it for $5, like whatever was on the shelf was gone. So like everyone got like a brand new blaster for like a really good price.
That's crazy, man. You know what? Honestly,
I know.
I got Blaster Shark with someone from thrift. You see, beautiful, Joseph.
Yep.
That's what
Yep.
the funny part is, it's it's funny. Like people might like, how do I say it? You went to a thrift store, to grab this stuff. You know what, man? there's so many things that I found at a thrift store
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
that I was like, wow. And I say this because, first of all, my son loves to read, right?
Nice.
And he likes his Dogman and all those other kind of books, right? And those are like thick ass books that he likes to read, right?
Yep.
And you go to chapters or whatever cases, and those books are going for like 15.99, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Again, I'm not saying I'm cheap. I'm just smart with my money, right? And every time when we do donations at Value Village, right,
Hmm.
my son and I will take a quick walk in there, and we'll go through the book section, and we literally find brand new books. I'm like,
Oh.
it didn't even look like the book was open, right?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And they're selling it for 2.99. So why
Yep.
am I gonna go to Chapters, pay 15.99, right? When I could probably find that same book at Value Village for 2.99, 3.99, right?
Well, and I mean, it depends because exactly as you're saying, it's like between the libraries getting rid of like books they're no
Mhm.
longer out of circulation. Like thrift stores. There was actually a school that closed down. They basically just gave away their entire library department. Um, so I mean, for children, there's a ton of books that you can get for like dirt cheap,
Yeah,
but there's always going to be that one special book that like that comes out that's like the in whatever book is in at that time, that's that $30-$40 that they really want. That's cool because I mean they still got like like 50 books that you got
yeah.
for like $10, so it's
So
that it's a win-win.
right, and here's the thing. So I found like even like Leaf jerseys, you know, with a Leaf signature on it.
Nice.
Okay, and I'm like, yeah, I'm taking this.
Hmm.
But again, going. I never had any luck yet when it comes to Transformers. I found some GoBots, but what's called, I haven't been lucky as of yet.
Right.
But a buddy of mine found Astral Train,
Okay.
paid like $5.
Yep.
Um, he found Sideswipe,
Okay.
okay, and his brother Sunstreaker,
Nice.
$8. They were both in the Ziploc bag together. Okay.
Nice.
What else did he find? He found Blitzwing as well too.
What is someone? Yeah, like all the different groups people will post like their thrift store finds, and
Yeah.
someone just posted one the other day. Can't remember if it was like the Complete Ultra Magnus or someone else,
Oh, cool.
or I think Power Master Prime.
Mhm.
I think it was like $5 or $10, and we're like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
And here's the kicker. You know, I'm not knocking, the TF cons, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So what's the difference when you find a G1? I know what the difference is, but I'm just saying, someone can make fun of you. Who cares, man? Like, what's the difference that you found a G1 or any other transformer in a Ziploc bag at a thrift store, right? Versus a TF con going through their bin looking
Mhm.
for transformers in their Ziploc bag. What's the difference? Oh, I know price, but
That's it. That's all it is.
right,
The value on price. That's all it is.
right. So when someone says to me, "Oh, you got to the thrift," yeah, what's your point? Like, this is what you were looking for originally. I happened to find it, right?
Yep.
And I will never knock a thrift store, never,
No.
right?
I mean, it's there's some things in a thrift store that clearly are junk. There's other things
Oh
that
yeah,
are of value,
yeah,
because it's just someone's like, I just want to get rid of it. Here you go, sell it for whatever, and
yeah,
it's perfectly fine.
yeah. So Joseph, keep on digging in the thrift stores. Who knows? Maybe one day you find your holy grail, right?
Hmm.
I-
Hmm.
If you haven't found that yet, right?
Right.
Um, and
So,
and and if you do, all the best, man, because those things, like, it's that word again, Holy Grail, right? Like those are like once in a generation to find something that what you really want, right? So again, my Holy Grail would be that Ultra Magnus. I'm sorry,
Right.
that Unicron, right?
Yes.
That I should have bought at Walmart at that time for $49.99,
Right. Right.
right? Which I didn't, right?
You know,
and
it happens.
and I get it, and it was and so if I happen to walk into a thrift store one day and I see that in there, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
I'm
So,
going to buy the check. I'm going to poke people in the eye. I will bite them in the ankle. I would do
mhm,
everything and anything to make sure I'm the first one there to get it.
mhm.
So
Yeah. So
you know
D
what?
said he bought two of the blasters, and Joseph also says that scalpers suck. So I mean, we all agree with that.
Yep.
But it's funny as I was mentioning earlier, um, and I started pointing it out in a lot of the groups last year, and only people started picking up on it that the online version of Walmart is basically a scalp system, and a lot of people didn't realize this because
Yeah,
the
it's
the
classified
on-
now.
the online version of Walmart is only an affiliate system. So
Yeah.
when you walk in the store, you see Blaster on the shelf for $30. Walk in the store, pay your $30. And if there's any tax, go in, try to get Blaster on the Walmart online version, and you'll see Blaster there for 45. Because basically you're not buying it from Walmart. You're still buying it directly from whoever's selling it.
Yep.
Walmart is just the middleman within the transaction. And a lot of people started picking up on that. And it's like, well, I could go to the smaller retailer, get this character for $20, get the exact same character from Walmart for like $29. Why is Walmart selling it for more? And it's like because when you buy it from Walmart online, that same small supplier is the one who ships it to the customer. Walmart had nothing to do with it other than distribute is like their distributor. You know?
So Best Buy is doing the same thing too.
Yeah.
So what my tip is to everybody is that check your filters,
Mm.
right? So when you go through your filter, make sure that you put only Walmart, not
Mhm.
their classified section, if you know what I mean. Now again, if you're looking for a classified section for your Transformers, Children of Primus.
Yep.
.com. I just sent a pic in our group of what I got from Walmart today. Have a look.
Okay, let me see if I can put this up on the screen. Hardhead. That's the character I couldn't remember the name of earlier. So let me,
Is it a hey, I want to see it.
yeah,
That's
I'm
reissue?
trying to get this up on the screen. Let me remove this.
And you know what? I have to say something because while you're doing this, man, I miss doing this. It's been like a couple of weeks I haven't been on here for various
Yes.
reasons, and I miss it. So I'm glad that I'm here. At least I'm here to join with my brother in arm there, Spin, even though his name is Mike. So we're Eminem. I do miss D and Anthony as well too. So but at least I'm glad that I was able to do it today. So I miss this, man. So I'm glad I'm here.
There we go. So it's on the screen. So that is what D picked up today
Okay,
from
get rid of He-Man.
from Walmart.
But look how much that is, $5.12. So that's a reissue of Headmaster Hardhead, eh? I heard he's Calabres.
So let me see if I can. There we go.
You didn't pick that up, eh?
Which is interesting. The reissue.
Hold on, did you hear what I said?
No, I missed what you said.
Oh my goodness! Now you see when you tell a joke and then you explain it, and then it becomes a joke.
Then the joke is kind of lost.
Yeah. Okay. So I said this is what Hardhead, right?
Right.
I go, oh, he must be Calabres.
Wait, it must be what?
He must be Calabres.
I don't get the joke.
Okay, if any Italian is watching this,
That
let
makes sense.
let Ben know. Just to do with a
Okay, let's see. Yes, so that Detroit jacket was my uniform for some years. And so the WFC distribution was crazy overall. Siege Earth Rising Kingdom.
What do you mean by crazy overall? Because are you meaning that not all the figures were out, or it was harder? Like some figures were one part of the U.S. and other figures were not, or whatever cases. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Joseph. I'm happy for your comment. Super happy that you're doing that. So if you can kind of clarify that just a little bit more, that'd be great. So we can talk about that.
Yeah,
I love when people comment. So
pick up
to
on
add
all
to
the
other parties.
comments. We're almost like a little bit behind.
Oh, okay.
So do y'all collect third party?
D
Myself,
does.
D does. He's one of the members. He's in the chats, but he isn't. He wasn't able to make it on screen today. I believe Anthony does as well.
Do I? No, not at the moment. I'm waiting for either Hasbro or Takara to come out with a proper Primus, like the 13 Primes, and also the Decepticon Justice League as well too. If they don't come out anytime soon, then I probably will go third party.
All right. D's got a full MP collection and now doing Legends as well in 2 scales, Legends and Legends Plus. And then outside of 80s G1 figures, mostly a 3P collector and MP scale is his thing. There we go. Totally uninterested in mainline figures because I thought they were trash until I started to get good in Siege. And Joseph said, I could collect just G1. I would get the complete 86 movie cast.
You know what? The 86 movie cast, you can't go wrong, but you still got to go with the originals. You still got to get Prime. You still got to get, Hound. You still got to get my man Jazz. You still got to get Mirage. You still got to get Bumblebee. You still got to get.
And it's funny. It goes back to my earlier conversation, and it's quite interesting that then D then asked Joseph the question, "What would you do about RC?" Joseph's answer is he would use the Thrilling 30 RC.
I have the 30 Thrilling RC as well too, because that line, like that whole line of that new generation, I guess, but it's basically the reissues of all the cartoon lines and the Thrilling 30s and all that stuff, right? That's what got me back into the collection again, and even my MP3, my MPs, right? So that's really got me into the collection. And then outside of that collection, that I did anything different from the Transformer is my Transformer Prime, because I thought that was a really good series, and I thought the toys were done were just exception, because they were cartoon accurate as well too, right? So that's what I was collecting afterwards, outside of the 30 Thrilling generation, whatever. Go back to Kent, endorse the site. Hey, don't knock the Go bots, okay?
We'll get into the Transformers GoBots battles again.
All right.
And Joseph asked, "What are your thoughts on Beast Wars, and do you consider it G1?" That's I remember that being a touchy conversation. Because for myself, I can see how Beast Wars would kind of incorporate into G1, but it's like I still personally separated them for the fact of, I mean, for me, G1 was like 84 to 88 because there's a few of the later characters that were still good. And I think it kind of officially ended around 90-ish. Around by the time it really ended, a lot of the characters were just terrible plastic, and so for us, it had already ended. Yeah. and but then when Beast Wars came out, that was, I think, almost a 10-year difference between, I think, 10 or 15-year difference between when G1 had started. So it's like, so for me, I saw it as a disconnect, as a whole separate thing from G1, and when they incorporated the original Megatron and Optimus into the storyline, I found it as a way of them piggybacking off of the G1 success to help boost Beast Wars. But for me, it's like I saw them separate. So I didn't see them within G1, as in G1 had already ended. Now we're on to Beast Wars.
Well, okay, so if Anthony was here, see, Anthony's
Right. Like this would have the best right? question from, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, no, we can answer that as well, too, right? Anthony will give a different question, give a different answer, and he will give a different point of view, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the same category as Finn. So when G1 finally ended, and there was the G2, and the G2 for me, I'm talking about toy line. I'm not talking about the cartoon series line. Because the cartoon series line in our side was the reissue of G1 cartoon, but it was some live kid talking to some Optimus Prime, right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So there wasn't a G2 cartoon.
Right, but there were G2 toy lines.
Yes.
Which was garbage. Okay. So we don't talk about it's like Fight Club. We don't talk about that. Right. So
it's funny. I'll add to something because I had mentioned it earlier, but yeah. I'll add to something else like after you're done.
Okay. So when Beast Wars came out, and I happened to stumble upon it, right? And kudos because it was actually made in Toronto, the graphic side of it, so Canadian made.
Back in the days of Reboot.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was kind of cool in a sense of they were trying to do something new, like trying to bring something new and fresh to the Transformer line. But I didn't think it was connected to the G1 at the time. I thought it was something totally different, like another universe kind of thing, right? And then when they tried to tie in the G1, I do agree with what Mike said about the trying to piggyback off of the success of G1. But then again, looking back at it now, I kind of see why they did that and try to fulfill, like some kind of cool storyline, right? At some parts, it got a little confusing when it went from the original Beast Wars, like season 1 to season 2, like the transmetal and organic and all that kind of stuff, right? I thought that lost me a little bit there. And that's how Cybertron was finally saved and all that kind of stuff, right? So I liked it and I didn't like it. And thank goodness, and I went into like this, thank goodness for the multi-universe. Okay? Because without that multi-universe, and if it ended just only like that, I wouldn't be too happy.
Right.
I can tell you that, right? So because there is that multi-universe and everything is canon in Transformer, then I don't mind what happened in that universe for Beast Wars. By we, I mean me and Spin. The rest of these dudes are less.
That's right.
Someone's like sleep talking. Not sleepwalking, sleep talking. All right. Is Toys R Us good for Transformers in terms of distribution, or is it like everywhere else? No, it's like everywhere else. Again, you know what? I gotta go back to what you mean by distribution because are you talking? Okay, so again, are you talking from like New York to California? Because I've noticed there's some Transformers that are sold in Toronto, right? They're not be sold in Vancouver, and some things Vancouver may have that Toronto doesn't have. And the reason why it's like that, for example, like Takara is very popular in Vancouver because they have a large Asian population over there. Whereas it's not as popular here in Toronto because there is an Asian community, but it's not as big, right? So Are you talk? Are you asking that kind of question? And if that's the case, then yes, we do have that problem.
That is funny.
Uh oh.
Well,
What's the
he's
time again?
going back to my Knight Rider comment.
Voices inside my head.
Well, when I was saying I thought I heard the kip sound in my
Oh,
head, but I'm actually hearing it outside.
okay.
So yeah, so D mentioned Woolworths. I remember that store, and
Oh,
that's
Wocals. We had not Warworth, but we had Wocals.
yes,
You
we had
remember
a Woco.
Wocals was on Shepherd and Western Road.
Yes, yeah, and they actually later became Eaton's Warehouse.
Yeah, and then it became National Sports Clearance Center.
Yeah, and then I think Home Depot distribution,
Yeah,
and I'm not
no,
sure what it is now.
it's a subdivision.
Okay. Oh, they did knock that down because I know
They're
they
not
were
part of it
building up.
down. Yeah, they
Yeah.
kept some other parts and they knocked some other parts down.
Okay.
Where I got my GI Joe figures. But this guy going, you know what? We got to do like a GI Joe channel for this guy.
Yeah, why not? You'll have to teach us.
Yeah, we'll do GI Joe and we'll do GoBots.
Yes. So D misses his steeped tea from Tim Hortons. And you guys ever heard of a 12-inch superhero figures from the early 80s? I can remember getting it from Honest Ed's. I probably remember them from back then. I remember Honest Ed's was one of those slept on places on getting toys. And I remember as a kid, they had, I think it was like the red or yellow Constructicon box set for like $10. And it's like, little did I know then, it would have been cool to buy like two or three of those. Because back then you're like, Constructicons are green. Like, this is clearly fake. Why would I want that? Not realizing that that is actually, that's something of value now because you're not really going to find that box set now.
So I never really went to Honest Ed because I was like downtown, right? I was like, where was it, like Bloor
Bloor and
and Bathurst
Bathurst.
area,
Yep.
right? So the only time we ever went down there is that when I went to go see my cousins. I used to live off of Bloor and Christie area, right?
Okay.
But got to give Jana Finch another shout out.
Mm-hmm.
Every Sunday, Jana Finch Mall used to have their flea market.
Yes.
Right? That's where I first bought my first Ninja Star.
Nice. And then they used to have a record store there too.
Yeah. And I used to go to that record store all the time too, man. And so in their flea markets, they had like, some of those knockoffs, right? Like the Voltrons and
Mm-hmm.
the Constructicons and the Diaclones, but like the original Diaclones too, right?
Yes.
What else?
And, little did we know then.
Yeah. Oh my God, man.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
You know what? Talk about like Time Machine. Like there was this place used to call the Half Price Store. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
It was like orange back, and it was like the half, and it was like one, like it was like one with a line with two price store, right?
Where was this?
They had one in Sheridan Mall.
Okay.
They had another one in Brampton, and
Maybe I remember the Sheridan Mall one.
They had some Transformers in there, but they had a lot of Diaclones.
Ah, okay.
And little did we know these things had worth.
Yeah.
So again, hindsight. So if I was, if there was a time machine that we're able to go back and collect a few things here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, you know how many Diaclones I would have had by now?
Oh, I know. You gotta keep up. I mean, the conversation has been going pretty steady. So it's
Okay, does
yeah.
Dino is 12:27 a.m. Not 11:27, but 12:27.
Well, this is one of the good shows. You know, I mean, a flood of comments, a flood of conversation. You know, where we're keeping up as best as we can. You know, and Joseph is saying the thrift stores are the bargain spots, so don't sleep on them. And then he's also mentioned that he has to run. But yes, we are on YouTube as well. So I was planning to actually restream this stream on YouTube. But since I was only running solo for the first half, I wasn't able to pull it off. But we will have the recorded version of this. I will upload to YouTube later on. Yeah, later on tonight once it's available. So, but we are on YouTube. It's youtube.childrenofprimus.com, and that will take us that will take you directly to the YouTube channel.
Now I know Anthony told us not to mention this, but you know what? We're getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we've been running a lot smoother now for the past couple of weeks.
Oh yeah.
With our streams. So you know what? We're getting there, and hopefully we get more people like you, Joseph, joining us in these discussions. Because our whole thing is that we want people like yourself to participate, and not just only to participate in comments, but if you want to come on live, man, and talk to us live, we'll throw you a link and join us, right? Because this show is not just like we started the whole basis or the whole genesis of the show, and I know we said this before, was on Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
And or no, so it was Clubhouse.
No,
Sorry.
Clubhouse.
Yeah, and that whole thing was just having people join in and talk and have a good time, right? But I don't have an Apple, so we decided to go this route. And so if you or anybody else want to join us live and talk to us face to face and have a voice, please join us.
Mm-hmm.
Join us.
Join us.
Okay. Kingdom Tracks is on Walmart right now for 23. I've been getting onto this primary.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Let me go back. On Walmart pre-order right now.
Yeah, and let me go back to the previous comment you were reading.
Right now is for 23. I've been getting all the G1 characters from the series, but I think this is the worst review TF in years.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Did you want to talk about some of the Facebook chat rooms before we head off?
Yeah, I mean, surprised that we're still up here. So
I think you and I are. Yeah, I think you and I would be the
few minutes. Mm-hmm. Well, let me see if I can pull up my list of rooms here. I wanted to pull it up earlier, but I know just with everyone. That was cool. In the room solo, it's like yeah. So let's see where. Let me get the list of shows. Or sorry, list of rooms.
Well, just to let you know, that cup there transforms. That thing behind me right there for the
You've been watching too much Michael Bay.
I'm just letting you guys know I'm in the Sam Wiki fan club room over there, and which one was it again? Not Age of Extinction. Was it Age of Extinction? Was Anthony Hawkins? Am I saying his name right?
Sorry, Hopkins.
No, Anthony. What's his name again?
Yeah, Anthony Hopkins.
Okay, so I'm in that room right now. In case people are wondering why I have like this fancy thing behind me. Not really. Okay, let's start comedy, man. What are you doing?
Getting the list of I'm getting a list of the different rooms. Sorry, the different groups.
Okay. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Are we gonna talk about them? We're gonna give shout outs, are we gonna critique them?
For now, well, there's kind of a shout out to them.
Okay.
And I know once, if all of us are on next week, then we can, give more of a critique, since I know, like, all of us are in the different rooms.
Okay.
Rooms. I keep calling them rooms in the different groups.
Groups are.
Yes.
So what kind of critiques are we gonna talk about in these comments for next week then?
Well, it's funny, I can't get into that folder. It's basically the different mindsets within the groups, the rules. Basically, it's like, within the different groups. Actually, let me switch back to this window. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get this list for next week.
Okay, so
the folders not allowing me in, but in a sense, all the different Transformer groups, there's certain commonalities.
right.
There's certain commonalities, certain jokes, but then there's some where it's like, we only speak on G1, no Michael Bay references whatsoever, no G2 references, no movie references, and then there's some, like, they're all about the movie, they don't want to see anything G1, and then there's a couple that are just clearly like off in left field. Like, anything you could think of that's like absolutely crazy, it's allowed. Like, there's no restrictions, and then, like, beyond what you would actually think of just Transformers, like, no restrictions.
Okay, so for those types of groups, let's do a bit of a commentary, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, for those types of groups that have like no restrictions, I got no problem with that, because
Right.
Why don't we just make this channel 24 hours free?
That would be fun.
I can't sleep well. It would be TF, like, CCN? No, CNN? TFN.
Would TF
Transformer Network.
TF24? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so for those groups that are like no holds bars, I got no issues with that, because it says it right in the title, no holds bars, man. So you can talk about whatever you want, right? But when you get into other kind of groups, this thing that pisses me off at the end of the day is there's like this, I don't know, superior complex attitude, like, my collection is bigger than yours kind of thing.
Right.
And oh, you don't know what you're talking about? Okay. My only thing that I will say to those people, calm down. There is more to life than Transformers. Breathe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's cool that you have a bigger collection. Not everybody has the same size of a collection, right?
This conversation perfectly goes in one of the groups when I said they speak on anything and everything.
What do you mean? I'd be very truthful. This is my advice to these people, man. Like,
yes.
Just, calm down. Everybody has different sizes, man. Like, some have a greater size collection, some don't. Maybe some just started. Who knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're peaking in their collection. I don't know, right? So, calm down, man. And for the ones that do have experience in collections, right? Help the ones that don't have experience. Give them knowledge. Give them advice. Give them ideas where the great places to go shopping. Like today, we talked about thrift stores. They're great places to hunt, right? Instead of making fun of people, right? Like, oh, you have that Optimus Prime? Well, I got this one because this is better. Who cares? You know what I mean? Like, like, honestly, who gives a shit, right? At the end of the day, like, I'm happy with my Optimus Prime versus your Big Star Optimus Prime, whatever, right? That's cool, right? But at the end of the day, man, that was your idea, buddy. But like I think you know, I'd rather have people have more engaged and encourage each other. Now, if someone has it wrong, like for example, earlier today we talked about Megatron's memoirs on that golden disc,
Mhm.
right? You have the point of view that's Galvatron voice telling Megatron. I'm thinking that's a future Megatron telling Megatron. I could be wrong, you could be right, vice versa. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, until we figure that out,
Yeah.
you know what? It's okay to have a bit of a different opinion. And when the facts are shown, I'm not gonna go to Mike. Hey, she was right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or Mike's not gonna do that to me. We're gonna say, okay, so that's cool. Now we know. Let's move on, right? Or you can comment on that or talk a little bit more about that, right?
Mhm.
That's my only pet peeve. And you know what, guys, man, we got to do something with the notification because that shit's killing my data.
Mute it. There
I
is a,
I
you,
tried.
you have you have to go in. The option is there. Trust me. All of my
Facebook.
notifications,
Okay.
I have them on mute, or else I'd be getting dinged like every 30 seconds. I mute them all and I go in, check what's up, and
Yeah.
then I'm back out. But I turn off the notifications.
Okay. Then Zuckerberg over there. Okay.
Mhm.
Mr. Lizard. I mean, Mr. Developer.
Lizard.
Yeah. Can you please come up with some app that can, or part of Facebook where you can say, if you're part of like a whole bunch of group that are the same theme, you can just like hit like a mute instead of going to each and single one of them. Because if you're like part of like 30, 20 groups, oh
Right.
my God,
I mean, that's a
I
lot
I
of
don't got time for that. Do
groups.
you have time for that?
That's a lot of groups to be in.
I'm
Well,
just saying, man.
right. Or actually in chats. Well, no, because there's an overall alert setting that will just turn off all alerts. Because imagine me getting alerts for like all 15. I think I'm in 18 different groups. I'd go insane. Like there's an overall setting that turns on, so I don't get alerts even for
Yeah,
our own stuff. I don't get alerts. I know like to kind of check
yeah.
in on things, but yeah, I couldn't do it.
Okay, so I have some of the groups.
Hmm.
Okay, so like I have my hockey needs, right? So I run that, right? And the Children of Primus with you, right? Um, I want to get notifications for that
Right.
because I
Yeah.
want to be on top of it, right?
It's possible specifically. Because
Okay,
actually, I just remembered. Like I'm also the admin for many clients' Facebook pages.
right.
I turned off the alerts for those,
Okay.
so only my clients get them. I don't need to get those alerts.
Then you need to show me then.
Yeah, one day, we could do it on here, and it's funny because D had pointed out a StreamYard video yesterday that I was watching, and
Yeah.
one person actually made a hint that you could even use this not even for live streaming, just if you're doing a conference call, just the two people go on and just talk to each other. So exactly, like show me your screen, and I could probably point out where to turn off like the specific alerts or turn off all alerts. Yeah,
Okay.
because yeah, that's the only way to survive with any of this stuff is just turning off the alerts
Okay. So what's your pet peeve?
of the groups.
Yeah.
Um,
Because obviously we're gonna start with that, right?
hmm. I mean, if a group's, yeah, I guess it's the same common pet peeve of the mine is bigger than yours, but it's more so the attitudes of like, well, no, it has to be this way. So if the show kind of steers the storyline to the left, then you've got people who's like, well, no, it has to be this way. The storyline just has to be written and follow this rule. And I'm like, but I'm also a 40-year fan, and I'm cool with it not following that rule because we can't then say let's recreate 1984 word by word, scene by scene, exactly the same. One, it's not going to work because we're not in 1984 anymore. Two, it's a different market of different people that you're selling to. It won't work. And many shows they'll try to do that, and it's like, well, here's a show that was popular in like the 70s, so let's recreate it, and then it fails because they tried to recreate it in a sense of giving it that 70s feeling, but you can't do that because you're recreating 70s 50 years later. So that feeling isn't there, but there's a way to do it, or you update it in a certain way that it's like, well, you've now captured the audience without trying to just duplicate what happened in the 70s word for word, line by line. It won't happen. So that's the one arguments that I've seen in the groups where it's just the battles between people saying, well, G1 has to go this way, or like the Netflix has to go this way, and it's certain things, and I'm like, it doesn't. Like, yeah. I'm cool with it not going exactly like that, but it can't go far off left as as Michael Bay would do it, because then it's not in the realm of anything that that anyone wants.
See, so again, like if I'm in a chat room and someone's trying to say, no, it has to be this way, I will literally say to that person, says who? Says you?
Certain.
Are you the gatekeeper of Transformer Land or something? Like, you know what? In all honesty, I should say it, like with all due respect, okay? People have choices. And sometimes people forget that.
Yeah.
Right? Did I like the Michael Bay Transformers? No, not really. I like Dark Side of the Moon, right? But did I really like it? No. Did I watch it? Yeah, because I'm a Transformers fan.
Right.
Was I disappointed? Sure I was. Because again, my expectations go back for the 80s in a sense. But I also understand that the movie was also introducing to a whole new audience. And so they got to do something a little bit different. I get that. But if I'm having that discussion with somebody in a group chat, and they keep on saying, no, it has to be like this, no, then there is no discussion.
Oh,
and that's the point right there. How can you have a discussion when you can't have a discussion?
It just becomes toxic.
Right. It's not even toxic, Michael. There's no discussion. There's none whatsoever. So you know what ends up happening? Well, I guess I'm leaving this group.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And then you go to another one. And that's the beauty of choices, right? Same shit happens again. Well, guess what? I'm leaving this group. Go to another one. Well, guess what? I'm going. Why do I have to stay? I don't have to stay. Right? I don't have a gun to my head telling me I got to stay, right? But I am a Transformers fan. And guess what? I guess this is one of the reasons why you and I decided to do this. Right? Because of that environment. When I mean that environment of you can have a decent conversation.
Yep.
Right? And it's okay to disagree. It's okay not to like things. Right? Again, I didn't like Kingdom. I watched it because I am a Transformers fan. Right? Gonna watch it. I don't care. I'm gonna watch, even though I'm gonna be upset and I'm gonna say to myself, why the hell did I watch this? Because I'm a Transformers fan, right?
And we need both sides of both views. Like all of us can't agree on it, and like no one disagreed, then it'd be a boring show.
Yeah, but you know what? But the world would be boring too, right? Anthony loved it. Gave it an 8 out of 10. I wouldn't give it an 8 out of 10. Right?
I mean, I enjoyed it.
Right? There you go. You put Kingdom first, right? I wouldn't. But are you not going to get into a fight after that? And we're not talking to each other?
I mean, we're Canadians, so, we'll have to, pull the shirt over and start doing, like, the hockey fight. And
and at the same time, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, sorry,
excuse me.
right? Sorry, right? Please, right?
But I've seen in some of the groups where it gets to the point where they start attacking the moderators, and it's
Yeah.
funny. It becomes so comedic that you start like I'll throw in that meme where it's just like I'm just eating popcorn, just watching this happen, and it's like there's that one member who will start arguing with the admin, all sorts of comments and this and that, and it's just funny to watch. Like they're losing it. And one of the groups, I don't remember which one specifically, like and again, it's like I wish I had the list of names on there. Like me and the admin are cool. Like the next day after he posted this new rule on the in the group, basically like the admins right, no fighting each other, this and that, and I commented and I'm like, I wonder why that rule came about, and he just started laughing because the day before, like that guy just when you get to the point that you're arguing all the members and you're arguing the admin, and I think it was to the point of like, what is allowed in terms of G1 or not G1. And it's like, well, if this is a G1 group, then why did you let this person post like a Siege, picture and talk about Siege? It's not G1. And it's like, so you're now telling the moderator what they're allowed to allow and not allow? Good luck with that and see where that gets you. And, you get kicked out of the group while the rest of us are sitting here laughing. Like, it wasn't that serious. It's a toy. Like they're all toys.
No, but that's the thing, man. Like when you said about sitting back and eating popcorn, that's like the dirty little, how do you say it, habit, or no, like the dirty, what's that word? What's that word? Oh man, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. But that's I guess maybe for me that's a little hypocritical because it's like, guys, we gotta get along and talk and all that, but then at the same time too, hey man, I like a good fight, man. And I'll be eating some popcorn too because like you said, it's funny, right?
It is.
You know, and for me, like, if I was on that conversation, I'd be like, the guys like if I was on we can get better ratings, we do. It's a difference opinion on World Stars Transformers.
Oh gosh.
There you go, right?
Yep.
Oh, but it's a dirty little habit, I guess, right? Or a dirty little secret, I guess, whatever you want to call it, right?
The guilty
Guilty
pleasure.
pleasure. That's a dirty little guilty pleasure. There you go. Thank you, D.
Yep.
Um, so the whole point, like, I don't mind seeing that, right? Because it's just funny, right? But
Mhm.
but the whole thing for me, it's like, if I bring in a picture of a Siege pitcher into a G1 conversation, it's because I want to say, hey man, I'm happy what Siege did to honor G1.
Mhm.
But then you will have some kid, and I'm gonna call him a kid,
Mhm.
right? You know, going there, hey, what are you doing? Posting a Siege 1 over there, oh, you should be doing that because it's Siege 1 pitch,
Well, actually,
right? But like that, but the whole point is that I'm bringing this picture in to show that, hey, that's cool that they honor G1 there, right?
and it's funny because and I was mentioning this earlier. I've had to question certain groups because I'll see certain debates between members and I'll jump in and I'll be like, well, I'm not sure what's angle to take it because one person's saying, well, it has to be G1. And then this person's like, well, no, I'm pushing Siege, and they're butting heads. And I'm like, but then what if a newer character was designed to look exact? Actually, I think that was the debate. If certain newer characters can be classified as G1, and it ends up being this gray area because technically if the toy was designed late 70s, built late 70s and released in the 80s, that's G1. These toys came out in the early 80s, that's G1. But now if you take 2020, you create a toy that looks exactly like the cartoon character of from the 80s, is that then classified a G1 toy? And I'm like, well, no, it looks identical to the G1 toy, but it didn't come out in G1. But then then it goes with this other debate of like, well, but then if I buy like all the parts and build a replica Trans Am that looks exactly like the Trans Am in 1978, is it still a 1978 Trans Am, even though I used 2000, parts from the year 2000? Really, who cares?
Oh,
Like on the road, I'm like, well, it looks like a 78 Trans Am. I'm not under the hood to tell that it's not a 78 Trans Am, but I mean that whole debate on like, well, this newer figure looks exactly like the G1 Optimus in the cartoon. Is it G1? And like, well, technically, no, it's not G1. We know what the G1 Optimus looks like. Like everyone does.
Oh, but you know what I would do just to piss people off even more? I'll start adding some GoBot pictures in there. And they're gonna be like, where's this GoBot? This is not G1. I'm being buddy. Hasbro bought GoBots. GoBots part of the Transformer universe. GoBots came in '83. They actually came out before Transformer. So that's the original G1.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do now? No. Right? So that'd be funny. I should do that next time.
This one debate, and it was actually a cool debate because this one guy, only person I've ever seen in all of the Transformers groups that actually said that the toys that came out in '84 are actually G2. And I was confused when he said that, and I'm like, I don't understand what you mean, because G2 came out, G2 was like in the '90s, and he was adamant about it until he explained himself that technically the toys that we all bought in '84 that we call G1, in the actual manufacturing sense, they're technically G2. G1 would have been when Takara owned them. Then when they went over to Hasbro, that's the second generation. So I'm like, that little technicality, you created this big argument over, and I'm like, we all know that, but nobody on the planet calls the '84 line G2. Technically, it's G2, but to Hasbro, that's their first run. To Takara, of course, Takara is going to look at it as like the second run, but no one calls it that. That's when it ends up that confusion. I'm like, well, then you're saying that Ultra Magnus is now G3, and I think somewhere along the line, and then people would be like, oh, season 5 of Transformers, and I'm like, season 5? Which Transformers were you watching? And they're like, yeah, the one with the little boy, and I'm like, there's no season 5, and it's like. And again, you get into this debate and you have to show it, and they'll be like, no, there's a season 5 Transformers. And like, there's no season 5. This never existed. And then when they were like, well, it's the one with the little boy talking to Optimus. I'm like, that's not season 5. That's just reruns of season 1, none of season 2, and a few weird episodes of season 3 that they threw in there. There's no season 5. Somewhere people are convinced of this. Or the debate when Hot Rod got the Matrix, that's when G2 started. And I'm like, no, G2 started years later. And to them, they're like, no, because this is the second generation of Transformers. And I'm like, so then you're saying that the Headmasters are G2? And I'm like, no, Headmasters are G1. And I'm like, so how does that logically make sense? So the Headmasters who appeared late after Hot Rod getting them, after Rodimus, are G1, but then Hot Rod's G2. You can't answer that because, but yet an article actually wrote this out and sent.
But they went back in time.
That's even too logical. I can't. Even the time story of Kingdom made more sense than how this article explained G2 beginning when Hot Rod got the Matrix. Like, I can't believe someone wrote this. Like, clearly you've never watched any Transformers.
But you know what? But here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the flip side to it, right? And we're talking about groups, just to remind people we're kind of talking about like our pet peeves and stuff like that. See, I personally wouldn't have an issue with that person's opinion. Right? About G1, the G5, or whatever case is, right?
Right.
They came up with some kind of logic argument, right? I said I wouldn't have a problem. Dee's probably saying, "Yeah, but he's wrong." No, like I'm just saying I wouldn't have a problem with it. Facts are you can't change facts. Okay,
Right.
facts are facts. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But I wouldn't have a problem with his whole thesis or his own theories or his own opinion. Right.
Hmm.
The
Hmm.
reason why I wouldn't have a problem with that because that's how you start a good debate or a good discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. But what I don't like, no, you're wrong. Okay. When it gets to the no, you're wrong,
Right.
that's when you have to add in the actual facts. So there's
Yes.
no disputes,
Yeah.
right? But again, if anybody wants to bring up those things and it sounds sensible or logical or whatever, that's all cool, man. And that's a
Hmm.
great way to start it. Again, that's a great way to start a discussion, right? But when you start get to the point where you're almost pretending you're like reaching and punching each other through the camera, or you smash a couple of computer monitors
Hmm.
and your keyboard and all that kind of stuff, and you're like, take that, you see, right? And then you got to go buy a new monitor and keyboard after. Like, who's the idiot at, in the end, right? That's where you kind of start crossing the line, and that's the issues with groups, right? So I just kind of wish, you
Hmm.
know, um, chill out, man.
Well, and it's funny
Enjoy,
when you,
enjoy the moment, enjoy the time, man. Just
yeah,
chill.
like when you said bringing facts into it. 'Cause usually with most debates, and I've seen some where it ends up almost being like the last elections in one country where it's like one side's throwing facts, the other side is throwing opinions, and I've seen this in another group as well, like unrelated to Transformers, where someone threw out a certain statement, everyone is throwing facts to combat the statement. The person that threw the statement out had like zero facts, sort of like, well, but this is how it is and this and that. And I'm like, well, we've shown you facts, you're giving us hearsay. I don't see how this argument wins. But then I remember in one group someone battled facts with facts, and it became a messy argument because the problem is both sides are correct, but it's the concept of how they're correct. Because one person was saying in terms of the characters for season one and season two, they were going by the cartoon. Someone else was going by season one and season two by the toy sheets that came with the toys. Because essentially, I think the third sheet is when they started listing like the Protectobots and everyone else, but the Protectobots showed up in season two. So for this one person, they're debating that like Protectobots, aerial bots, and certain other characters are kind of like the series three, um, but cartoon wise, they're season two. So it's one of those. It's one of those. It's like they're both correct in terms of what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's that small technicality where it's like now they're butting heads because it's like, well, no, these came into like season three and this and that, and I'm like, well, no, Toy
Okay.
Series 3, Cartoon Series 2,
Yeah.
you're both right. Like,
Okay.
there's no wrong answer in that.
So, but let me ask you a question. At the end of the day, they're getting a medal.
Sorry?
At the end of the day, is anybody getting a medal?
I don't know. At the end of the day, just sit back with popcorn and watch the two of them take it out at each other.
Here's your medal.
There's a there's a medal.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, are you literally getting a medal at the end of the day? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Those are my little pet peeves, right? But at the same time, too, I do like these groups. Like,
Yeah.
I like being part of groups because you do find like-minded people
Hmm.
where you can generally have a good conversation, and not just only have good conversations. They can remind you of things that you probably forgot,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, oh wow, that's cool, man. Totally forgot about that, right? Or give
Well,
you tips, right?
remind you or teach you.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I've
definitely.
seen a lot of cool things I didn't know.
Yeah,
over the couple of years.
right. Or tips,
Hmm.
right? And and some cool new ideas when it comes to like custom stuff, right?
Yes.
And that's how I start to learn about customs. Doing custom paints on your transformers, right?
Mhm.
And there was this one website where this guy has like a whole website of custom paints. Sorry for the noise in the background again,
Mhm.
kids. Um, where it's like, oh, that's really cool, and I wouldn't have known that because of these groups. So,
Right.
I, not that I want to bash these guys down 100%, right? But you always start with a negative, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's some of the negatives, like, but you're not getting a medal. If you're gonna
Hmm.
get a medal, go play in a hockey tournament, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Um, but at the same time, too, it's a cool place to interact with like-minded people as well. So you
Hmm.
have your goods and your bads.
Oh
But I
yeah.
guess we'll talk more about that next week. Um, I think we kind of wrapped it up with Beast Wars
I
Kingdom,
think so.
Beast Wars
Yes.
slash Kingdom. Dinobot good. Teletron bad. Uh, you know,
Megatron bad. Uh,
Megatron's bad. Nemesis
Optimus
Prime
Primal
cool.
good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, uh, Pepper Iron Man okay. um, Soundwave was he has little jokes.
Yeah,
You
Soundwave
know,
had some jokes.
yeah, he has of course you would have heard that.
That was a cool joke.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they actually put that in there
Yeah.
because it kind of reminded me of Transformer Prime
Yes,
because
that's Soundwave.
because Soundwave had that he took that code of silence kind of thing.
Hmm.
When he finally did spoke, he finally said those famous G1 words, Soundwave superior,
Yeah. Yeah.
Optimus Prime inferior, or Autobots inferior, right? And I thought that was pretty cool. Um, what else? The overall Netflix series itself, um, I'll give it. You know what? I'll give it a thumbs up. I give him one of. Yeah, I give him a thumbs up. Right? They tried their best, I guess, or there was some laziness in there. But one day, someone will get it right.
One day.
Hopefully before we die.
Yes.
It's kind of like the Leafs winning the Stanley Cup. Um,
One day.
yeah, one day, hopefully one day before we die. And what else? What else did we talked about?
Um, I mean, that was basically it, and just promoting the website.
Oh, all right, okay. And comments, Joseph. Thank you so much, man.
Hmm.
Was there any other Calvin you mentioned?
Yeah, Calvin was here, and
Nice.
there's one other name I was trying to remember, and it's like trying to scroll back, and it only went back so far. So it's like I don't want to, overlook
Well, we
his
can't
name.
forget D.
Oh, D's been rolling all night.
Okay, we got to give a big shout out to D, man. Even though he wasn't feeling well, but you know what, he was still strong enough to make those comments, and so we got to give him a big shout out and kudos for that.
Yep.
Anthony, I think he had something to do with his parents, and hey, man, when it comes to parents, you got to take care of them. So
Yep.
shout out to him, and yeah. Um, I think I kind of mentioned this before, and you have too. There's some site. I think that site that you're coding on right now.
I think so.
I think so. Yeah. What's it called again?
Childrenofprimus.com.
Oh, is that a place that you can do something on there?
Like buy and sell Transformers and Transformers related material.
Oh, no way, man. You can actually do that? Is
You
there a
can.
cost for that?
No, it's free.
So it's actually free to use.
Hmm.
There are some paid portions to that website,
Hmm.
but I think it's pretty darn cheap.
I think so.
Damn. let's give credit to those people that came up with that idea. Um,
Those people.
yeah, and not just only that, I think there's some news and reviews that you can read about.
Every Mondays and Fridays from our man Anthony.
There you go. And this guy here is actually typing up his own reviews, his own transformer. He's taking pictures of it and he's talking about it. He's not ripping off some other article, okay, and making it into his own, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't believe me or Mike or Spin, sorry, join us next week. Look at his background, and you see tons of figure, okay? And guess what? Every single figure that guy has, he did a review. But there's more. What Spin has done, and was the beauty of technology with RSS, that he was able to pull from other websites with all their news. So now you don't have to go to multiple websites or open up multiple tabs. And you can come directly to our site and you get to read all those articles and all those other news from those other sites.
One-stop shop.
There you go. So you got to classify. You got our own news and reviews.
Mm-hmm.
And we got news from other websites on our website.
On our website.
That's not a bad deal, man.
Not at all.
And you can subscribe for the price of what? $0.
$0. Whatever it costs you for your internet connection. Or unless
There.
you're using free Wi-Fi, then it's $0.
There you go.
Yep.
So head yourself to a Tim Hortons. Get their free Wi-Fi.
Why are we promoting them tonight?
Blame Joseph on that one. Right?
Between Tim Hortons and Tim Robbins. We'll leave that one alone.
Tommy Robinson.
Yes.
So come to our site and we're always open for new ideas. So if anybody has some kind of suggestion or ideas, we've got our Facebook page. Send us a comment. You know, we're always looking for new ideas to do things. And guess what? If you want to write an article, you want to post something on Children of Primus, hey, we're more than happy to post it for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's cool.
Yes.
And it's factual correct.
Get in touch with us, yes. Grammar, spelling, and facts.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't want to sound like me while you're typing.
What? I got it.
Because if you want confused, you know what, okay? I'm kidding. Anything else, Mikey?
I think that is it. 185 comments. I know there's one name that I overlooked. It must shout out next week because it doesn't allow me to go back that far, surprisingly.
Holy crow, we have 181 comments?
Yeah, it's been a back and forth evening. So it's been a good day, as Ice Cube would say.
Nice. And you know what? And let's thank all of our likes and followers.
Yes.
You know, we got over 18,000. No, sorry, 1,800. My bad.
Yes.
And so I want to give them a shout out as well too.
Yeah, I know. I was doing a weekly Blaster Saturday shout outs. I'll have to catch back up on that, but then also figure out where it shows all of them. Because Facebook likes to keep changing things, so it takes half an hour to find something where you just can't find it. So everyone's there. I don't know where they are, but I know they're there.
So let's give them a shout out. And one of the formats what we might do going in the future, but we're still talking about it, but just in case, we're thinking about doing our first hour on YouTube, right, and Facebook,
Yep.
And then our second hour is going to be strictly on Facebook because we don't want to be dinged or hit or blocked or demonetized or copyright or
Yeah.
we offended somebody. I don't know, man. It's
Big brother.
transparent. I don't know who could we offend.
Big brother.
Yeah. So in case we decide to do a little bit extra stuff on there, so you definitely can find us on Facebook for sure, 100%. So first hour is going to be on YouTube, and if we're going to do some videos, reviews, some reactions and stuff like that,
Yep.
then we're going to be doing that strictly on Facebook. But you can definitely start on Facebook and be there the whole entire time, or you can join us on YouTube. That'd be great as well too.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Anything else, sir?
I think that is it for the evening, for the night, for the morning.
For the night, for the morning, for the afternoon,
Yes.
for the 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. All right, brother.
All right.
Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good day. God bless. Everybody else as well too. Got anything to say?
That's it. Good night for everyone.
Awesome.
Yes.
What do we do? Peace out.
Peace out.
Peace out.
All right.